guys, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to this course where we'll go over everything from basic CSS to advanced CSS. And I'm confident that you will enjoy all of the topics and that you will learn a great deal. Now that you have a decent understanding of what this course covers, you can talk about what CSS is and how it affects our web pages. So, exactly what is CSS? I'll tell you. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, where HTML is what defines the structure and content of a web page. A cascading style sheet is a web document that allows you to change the appearance of the HTML. CSS is easy to learn and understand, but it provides powerful control over the presentation of an HTML document. Isn't it fun? HTML was never intended to contain tags for formatting a web page. HTML was created to describe the content of a web page, like H1, this is a heading, P, this is a paragraph. When tags like font and color attributes were added to HTML 3.2 specification, it started a nightmare for web developers. Development of large websites, where fonts and color information were added to every single page, became a long and expensive process. To solve this problem, the World Wide Web Consortium, that is W3C, created CSS. CSS removed the style formatting from the HTML page. So why are we going to use CSS? Isn't that the question in mind? Well, CSS saves time. You can write CSS once and reuse the same sheet in multiple HTML pages. There's easy maintenance. To make a global change, simply change the style and all the elements in all web pages will be updated automatically. Search engines. CSS is considered a clean coding technique, which means search engines won't have to struggle to read its content. Superior styles to HTML. CSS has a much wider array of attributes than HTML. So you can give a far better look to your HTML page in comparison to HTML attributes. Offline browsing. CSS can store web applications locally with the help of an offline cache. Using this, we can view offline websites. So now you basically know what CSS is. CSS allows you to apply styles to web pages. More importantly, CSS enables you to do this independent of the HTML that makes up each web page. So this is it for this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. In the next one, we are going to learn the syntax of CSS. Till then, stay connected and keep learning. Hello and welcome back to this lecture. In the last lecture, we got a basic introduction to CSS. In this lecture, we are going to talk about the different versions of CSS. CSS handles the look and feel part of a web page. Using CSS, you can control the color of the text, the style of fonts, the spacing between paragraphs, how columns are sized and laid out, what background images or colors are used, layout designs, and variations in the display for different devices and screen sizes, as well as a variety of other effects. So let's talk about different versions of CSS. CSS Level 1 was officially released in 1996 and included properties for adding font properties, such as typeface and emphasis color of text, backgrounds, and other elements. Text attributes such as spacing between words, letters, and lines of text. Unfortunately, lack of dependable web browser support prevented the popularity of CSS Level 1 for several years. CSS Level 2 specification was developed by W3C and published as a recommendation in 1998. Its most notably added properties for positioning that allowed CSS to be used for page layout. It's also introduced style for other media types and more sophisticated methods for selecting elements for styling. The earliest CSS Level 3 drafts were published in 1999. CSS 3 adds presentation style properties, allowing you to effectively build presentations from web documents. CSS Level 3 is divided into several separate documents called modules. Due to modularization, different modules have different stability and statuses. There is no single CSS4 specification and there is no standard which is named as CSS4. But a few level 4 modules exist such as image values, backgrounds and borders or selectors, etc., which build on the functionality of a preceding level 3 module. The level 4 modules can collectively be referred to as CSS level 4. There's only CSS standard and each module can level up independently. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi said that. Probably the most quoted man on earth, Gandhi's famous words are embedded in our culture and society. Hi and welcome back to this lecture, guys. As you may recall, we talked about different versions of CSS in the previous class. In this lecture, we are going to learn the syntax of CSS. A CSS rule consists of a selector and a declaration block. Syntax of CSS: selector H1, declaration color blue, font size 12 pixels. The selector points to the HTML element you want to style. The declaration blocks contain one or more declaration separated by semicolons. Each declaration includes a CSS property name and a value separated by a colon. For example, color is property and blue is value. Font size is property and 12 pixels is value. A CSS declaration always ends with a semicolon and declaration blocks are surrounded by curly braces. Now let's see a simple example of CSS. Let's see what this example has. All the CSS properties are defined in the style tag. P is a selector in CSS. It points to the HTML element you want to style. Color is a property and blue is a property value. Text align is a property and center is a property value. Let's see the output. Voila! All the CSS properties have been applied to the P elements of the HTML document. So this is it for today, guys. I cannot wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Hello everyone, welcome back. As you're all aware, we are learning CSS with fun and interesting examples. In this lecture, we are going to learn the ways to add CSS with examples. To use CSS, we must define the CSS properties somewhere. In simple words, we have to add the CSS in the HTML document. To use CSS with HTML document, there are three ways. Inline CSS, define CSS properties using style attributes in the HTML elements. Internal or embedded CSS, define CSS using style tag in head section. External CSS, define all CSS properties in a separate .css file and then include the file with HTML file using tag in section. Now let's learn these ways one by one. Inline CSS. An inline CSS is used to apply a unique style to a single HTML element. An inline CSS uses the style attribute of an HTML element. We can use as many properties as we want, but each property should be separated by a semicolon. Here is an example of inline CSS. In this example, we are using the inline CSS property on the H1 and P element. We are applying the blue and red color on these two elements with the help of style attribute. Let's see the output. Voila! the colors have been applied successfully. So this is how we use inline CSS. Now let's move on to internal CSS. And internal CSS is used to define a style for a single HTML page. And internal CSS is defined in the head section of an HTML page within a style element. To use internal CSS, we can use class and ID attributes. Now here is an example of internal CSS. There's style tag inside the head tag in which we have given the style to the HTML element. We have applied background color to the body and text color to H1 and P elements. It's in the same file as the HTML. That's why we call it internal CSS. Now, let's see the output. You can see the CSS being applied to the elements. Let's move on to the next one, which is external CSS. An external CSS contains a separate CSS file, which only contains style code using the class name, ID name, tag name, etc. We can use the CSS file in any HTML file by including it in the HTML file using link tag. If we have multiple HTML pages for an application which use similar CSS, then we can use external CSS. There are two files we need to create to apply external CSS. First, create the HTML file, create a CSS file, and save it using the .css extension. This file will only contain the styling code. Link the CSS file into your HTML file using the tag in the header section of the HTML document. The CSS file style.css. Here we are creating just a CSS file which we are going to import in the HTML file. We have given some colors to the HTML elements and saved it with the CSS extension. So here is the HTML file. In the head section, we are linking the CSS file to the HTML one so that all the CSS will be applied to the HTML elements. Now let's see the output. Voila! All the CSS has been applied to the HTML elements successfully. So these were the ways to add CSS in the HTML document. This is it for this lecture. I hope you liked it. Here's an assignment for you. Create a H1 element and apply the purple color to its text using inline CSS. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. I'm sure you've come across the word comments. No, I'm not referring to comments on social media. I'm referring to comments in programming. Hi and welcome back. I'm sure you figured out what this lecture's topic will be. CSS comments. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. A CSS comment is used to add explanatory notes to the code or to prevent the browser from interpreting specific parts of the style sheet. By design, comments have no effect on the layout of a document. CSS comments are not displayed in the browser, but they can help document your source code. A CSS comment is placed inside the style element and starts with /* and ends with */. Here's the example for single line comments. In this example, we used single line comment, inverted comma, /*. This is a single line comment, */ inverted comma. This comma will not be displayed in the browser. If you want to check that, let's see the output. The comments have not been displayed. Let's see how to apply multi-line comments. Let's directly jump into an example. We have used multi-line comments here that can span through as many lines as you want. Both comment types have the same syntax. So this is how we can apply comments to CSS. That's it for now. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care and keep practicing. When you actively choose to think positively, you turn the situation into an opportunity for growth, helping you become a better problem solver. And after reframing your mind to think positively about problems, you will feel motivated, inspired, and empowered to take on any challenge that comes your way. Hi and welcome back. Today we are going to learn an interesting point of CSS, and that is selector. Several selectors will be covered in the course of a few lectures. But first, let's see the agenda of this one. First, we are going to learn what selectors are, then two types of selectors with their examples. So now let's get started. CSS selectors are used to select the content you want to style. Selectors are part of the CSS rule set. CSS selectors select HTML elements according to its ID, class, type, attribute, etc. Now let's see the first type of selector, which is CSS Universal Selector. The Universal Selector is used as a wildcard character. It selects all the elements on the page. It's used with star asterisk character. Let's see the example. In this example, we have applied the same CSS properties to all the elements using Universal Selector. So all the elements are going to be in the center, and the text color of all elements is going to be blue. Let's see the output. Wow, the CSS properties have been applied successfully. Now the next selector, CSS Element Selector. The Element Selector selects HTML elements based on the element name. Let's see an example. In this example, we are applying the CSS properties only on specific elements. Here we are applying style properties on the P element. Let's see the output. CSS properties have been successfully added to the P element. So that's it in this lecture, guys. Here's an assignment for you. Use the correct selector to apply following CSS properties. The page should have one div and a P element, color yellow. We'll meet in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome back. As you all know, we are learning CSS selectors over a few lectures. In the previous lecture, we learned Universal and Element Selector. In this lecture, we'll be learning about the next interesting selectors. So let's start. What are the CSS class selectors? The CSS class selector is used to specify a class for an HTML element. Multiple HTML elements can share the same class. The CSS class selector is used to specify a single or multiple class names for an HTML element. You can use this class in CSS with a specific class. Write a period dot character followed by the name of the class for selecting elements. A class selector can be defined within style tag or in a separate file using the dot character. In an HTML document, we can use the same class selector name with different elements. To create a CSS class, first define style for HTML element using style tag within the head section, as this example on your screen shows. Here's an example of class selector. In this example, we have created a class city with a dot period notation. In the class, we have set background color, text color, etc. Then we have assigned that class to every div. That means all the CSS properties which we have defined in the class are going to be applied on these divs. Let's see the output. Voila! The class city has been applied to all the divs. Now let's move on to our next point. HTML elements can belong to more than one class. We can define multiple classes. And when we do that, we separate the class names with a space. Example, div class is equal to city main. The element will be styled according to all the classes specified. Now here's an example of multiple class selector. In this example, we have created two classes, city and main. Both the classes have different CSS properties defined. All three H2 elements belong to the city class. In addition, London also belongs to the main class, which center aligns the text. Let's see the output. The classes have been applied perfectly. Now the next one. The next one is ID selector. An HTML ID selector is used to specify a unique ID for an HTML element. You cannot have more than one element with the same ID in an HTML document. The ID selector is used to point to a specific style declaration in a style sheet. It's also used by JavaScript to access and manipulate the element with the specific ID. The syntax for ID selector is: write a hash character followed by an ID name. Then define the CSS properties within curly braces. So here is an example of ID selector. In this example, there is an H1 element. We have created the ID, my header, and defined the CSS properties in it. The ID is assigned to the H1 element, which has to be unique. Let's see the output. The CSS properties of the ID are properly set. The ID and class selectors are quite similar, but there is one difference. The difference between them is that ID is unique in a page and can only apply to at most one element, while class selector can apply to multiple elements. So on that note, we're going to wrap up this lecture. But before that, here's an assignment for you. Create a class.primary having background color property and apply the class to a div. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome. As you're all aware, we are learning CSS selectors. Today we are going to learn the last type of selector, that is grouping selector. So without wasting any time, let's get started. The grouping selector selects all the HTML elements with the same style definitions. Look at this CSS. This CSS code contains the H1, H2 and P elements having the same style definitions. But as you can see, it's a lot of work and time consuming as well. It'll be better to group the selectors to minimize the code. To group selectors, separate each selector with a comma. Let's see an example. As you can see in the example, we have grouped the CSS code for H1, H2 and P. Let's see the output. The grouped CSS has been applied successfully. So this is it today. I'll see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome to this lecture. Have you heard the saying, color has the power to influence the soul? Yes, it's true. Color is an important aspect of life, and gladly CSS allows us to use a variety of beautiful colors. And colors are very important to give a good look and feel to your website. So in today's lecture, we'll be learning about the colors in CSS. Colors in CSS can be specified by these methods. Hexadecimal colors. Hexadecimal colors with transparency. RGB colors. RGBA colors. HSL colors. HSLA colors, predefined or cross-browser color names. With the current color keyword, let me explain these color values one by one. First one is hexadecimal colors. A hexadecimal color is specified with hashtag RRGGBB, where the RR is red, GG is green, and BB is blue. Hexadecimal integers specify the components of the colors. All values must be between 00 and FF. For example, the hashtag 0000FF value is rendered as blue because the blue component is set to its highest value, FF, and the others are set to 00. Now here's an example. Here we are specifying different RRGGBB background color values for different P elements. For example, hashtag FF0000 means red because the value of blue and green are set to 0. 00FF00 means green because the value of blue and red are set to 0, and so on. Let's see its output. Now you can see the colors have been applied to the P elements. The next one is hexadecimal colors with transparency. A hexadecimal color is specified with hashtag RRGGBB. To add transparency, add 2 additional digits between 00 and FF. FF is equal to 256 in base 10. Let's see its example. Here we are using hashtag RRGGBB color values to specify the main color, and to specify the color transparency, we are specifying the digits between 00 to FF. For example, hashtag FF000080, FF0000 represents red and 80 represents transparency. Let's see the output. The colors with some transparency have been displayed. You can clearly see some colors are more transparent than others. The third is RGB colors. An RGB color value is specified with RGB function, which has the syntax RGB, red, green, blue. Each parameter, red, green and blue, defines the intensity of the color and can be an integer between 0 and 255 or a percentage value from 0 to 100%. For example, the RGB 0, 0, 255 value represents blue because the blue parameter is set to its highest value and the others are set to 0. Let's see an example to understand that. In this example, we are using the RGB colors like I mentioned earlier. Here the colors are displayed according to the values. For example, RGB 255, 0, 0 is displayed as red because red is set to its highest value, 255. And the other two, green and blue, are set to 0. RGB 0, 255, 0 is displayed as green because green is set to its highest value, 255. And the other two, red and blue, are set to 0, and so on. Now let's see the output. The RGB colors are displayed perfectly. So this is it, guys. In the next lecture, we are going to learn the remaining CSS color values. Until then, keep learning. Hi and welcome, guys. In the previous lecture, we learned a few CSS color values. In this lecture, we are going to learn a few more. So let's get started. First is RGBA colors. RGBA color values are an extension of RGB color values with an alpha channel, which specifies the opacity of the object. An RGBA color is specified with RGBA function, which has the syntax RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha. The alpha parameter is a number between 0.0, fully transparent, and 1.0, fully opaque. Here is an example. In this example, we have specified the RGB color values with the alpha channel that makes these colors RGBA colors. For example, RGBA 255, 0, 0, 0.3 is the color red, but with the opacity 0.3. Let's see the output. The colors are displayed with some opacity to them. The next one is HSL colors. HSL stands for hue, saturation, and lightness and represents a cylindrical coordinate representation of colors. An HSL color value is specified with the HSL function, which has a syntax HSL, hue, saturation, lightness. You must have heard these words, but let me tell you the exact meaning. Hue is a degree on the color wheel from 0 to 360. 0 or 360 is red, 120 is green, 240 is blue. 0% means a shade of gray and 100 is the full color. Lightness is also a percentage. 0% is black, 100% is white. Here H is hue, S is saturation, L is lightness. For example, HSL 120, 100%, 50%. Here H is 120, that means green, saturation is full, and the lightness is 50%. Just like this, all the colors are displayed. Now let's see the output. So you can clearly see all the colors are displayed according to the HSL color values. The next one is HSLA color. This color value is just like RGBA. HSLA color values are an extension of HSL color values with an alpha channel, which specifies the opacity of the object. An HSLA color value is specified with the HSLA function, which has a syntax HSLA, hue, saturation, lightness, alpha. The alpha parameter is a number between 0.0, fully transparent, 1.0, fully opaque. Here's an example. Here we are specifying shades of green. For example, HSLA 120, 100%, 50%, 0.3. As you all know, 120 is green and 0.3 is the alpha channel opacity. Let's see the output. HSLA colors have been displayed. So with this, we'll wrap up the lecture. I'll meet you in the next one. Goodbye and take care. You might have noticed some colors or images in the background of a website. It enhances the look of the website, doesn't it? You can add these properties to a website using CSS. Hi and welcome back. As I said earlier, you can add properties to an element's background using background property. The background property in CSS allows you to control the background of an element. It is a shorthand property, which means that it allows you to write what would be multiple CSS properties in one. Basically, the CSS background properties are used to add background effects for elements. In this lesson, you will learn about these CSS background properties: background color, background image, background repeat, background attachment, background position. So let's learn these background properties one by one. Now, what is background color? As the name suggests, background color property specifies the background color of an element. You can set background color to any HTML element like H1, P, div, etc. With CSS, a color is most often specified by a valid color name like red, a HEX value like hashtag FF0000, an RGB value like RGB 255, 0,0. Let's see it with an example. Here we are applying the background color to the whole page using the background color property on the body element. We are setting the color light blue. Now, let's see the output. Great. The light blue color is displayed at the background of the page. So this is how we can add color to the element's background. Now, CSS background image. The background image property specifies an image to use as a background of an element. By default, the image is repeated, so it covers the entire element. Let's see an example. Here we are setting the background image to the body. So the image is going to repeat itself. In the URL, we can give the name or URL of the image which we want to display. Let's see the output. As I said, the image has been displayed but repeatedly. Let's move on to the next background property. CSS background image. No repeat. If you want your images to be repeated in the background, you can do that also. For that, you have to set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's see the example. Here we are setting the no repeat property to the image. Let's see the output. Great! This image has been displayed once. So this is it for today, guys. I'll see you in the next lecture with the remaining background properties. Goodbye and stay connected. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned a few background properties of CSS. Today, we are going to learn the remaining. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. CSS background attachment. This is a very interesting background property. The background attachment property specifies whether the background image should scroll or be fixed. Will not scroll with the rest of the page. Now, let's see the example. In this example, we have an image and the background attachment property, which is set to scroll, which means the image will scroll with the content of the page. The purpose of all P elements is to make the page scrollable. Let's see the output. Let's open the browser and let's scroll the page. The image scrolled with the content because we have set the property to scroll. Now let's set the background attachment property to fixed. Let's save the file and open the browser. Scroll the page. Voila! The image stays at the same position. Now the next property. CSS background, CSS property. To shorten the code, it's also possible to specify all the background properties in one single property. This is called a shorthand property. Instead of writing, you can use the shorthand property background. Now let's see an example. So as you can see in this example, we have used all the styles in one single property, that is the background. Now let's see the output. Great! All styles have been applied to the page successfully. So let's wrap up the lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Insert an image to the background and the image should not be repeated in the background. Goodbye and take care. I'll see you soon. When we design a web page, some elements of the page should have borders. Without them, the content of the element does not look presentable. Hello and welcome back, guys. I'm sure you guessed today's topic, which is CSS borders. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. The CSS border properties allow you to specify the style, width, and color of an element's border. The first property is border style. The border style property specifies what kind of border to display. These values are allowed. Dotted defines a dotted border. Dashed defines a dashed border. Solid defines a solid border. Double defines a double border. Groove defines a 3D grooved border. The effect depends on the border color value. Ridge defines a 3D ridged border. The effect depends on the border color value. Inset defines a 3D inset border. The effect depends on the border color value. Outset defines a 3D outset border, and the effect depends on the border color value. None defines no border. Hidden defines a hidden border. For example, p.solid, border hyphen style, solid. The border style property can have from 1 to 4 values for the top border, right border, bottom border, and the left border. The second property would be border width. The border width property specifies the width of the 4 borders. The width can be set as a specific size in px, pt, cm, em, etc. or by using one of the 3 predefined values, thin, medium, or thick. For example, border width 5 pixel. The next is CSS border color. The border color property is used to set the color of the 4 borders. The color can be set by name, specify a color name like red. HEX, specify a HEX value like hashtag FF0000. RGB, specify a RGB value like RGB 255 0,0. HSL, specify a HSL value like HSL 0, 100%, 50%, transparent. For example, border color red. CSS rounded properties. The border radius property is used to add rounded borders to an element. For example, border radius 5 pixel. Let's see an example of all the properties. In this example, we have used shorthand CSS. That means we are specifying all the individual border properties in one property like these. Border, 3 pixel, solid red. Here we are specifying width, style, and color of the border. After that, we are setting the border radius. Now let's see the output. Great! You can see width, color, style, and border radius. So that's it for today, guys. Here's an assignment. Add border to a div and the width should be 2 pixel, color should be purple, and the styles should be dashed. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. We become what we think about. Earl Nightingale. A reminder that positive thinking helps you frame your mindset and change your life. Hi, I'm delighted to welcome you to this fun and interesting course on CSS. Today we are going to learn CSS margins. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. CSS margin property is used to define the space around elements outside of any defined borders. It's completely transparent and doesn't have any background color. It clears an area around the element. Top, bottom, left, and right margin can be changed independently using separate properties. You can also change all properties at once by using shorten margin property. Now let's understand CSS margin properties. Margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left. Now let's see an example and understand. In this example, we have applied the background color pink to all the P elements. Then we have created a class in that class. Top margin is 50 pixel, right margin is 50 pixel, bottom margin is 100 pixel, and left margin is 100 pixel. And the class is assigned to second P element. Let's see the output. There are 2 P elements, the second of which has all margin properties applied. Another interesting point is CSS shorten property. CSS shorten property is used to shorten the code. It specifies all the margin properties in one property. There are 4 types to specify the margin property. You can use one of them. Margin 50 pixel, 100 pixel, 150 pixel, 200 pixel. Margin 50 pixel, 100 pixel, 150 pixel. Margin 50 pixel, 100 pixel. Margin 50 pixel. So here is how it works. If the margin property has 4 values, margin 50 pixel, 100 pixel, 150 pixel, and 200 pixel. Top margin is 50, Right margin is 100, bottom margin is 150 pixel and left margin is 200 pixel. Now let's see this example. Here we are using the shorthand property of margin, in which we are specifying 4 values of margin. Let's see the output. Great, the margin has been applied to the second P element. So this is it in this lecture. Before wrapping up, I have an assignment for you. Create a div and apply top margin, 50 pixel to it. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned about CSS margins. In this lecture, we are going to learn about a similar concept, which is CSS padding. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. The CSS padding properties are used to generate space around an element's content inside of any defined borders. The value of this attribute should be either a length, a percentage, or the word inherit. If the value is inherit, it will have the same padding as its parent element. If a percentage is used, the percentage is of the containing box. With CSS, you have full control over the padding. There are properties for setting the padding for each side of an element: top, right, bottom, and left. The following CSS properties can be used to control lists. You can also set different values for the padding on each side of the box using these properties. The padding bottom specifies the bottom padding of an element. The padding top specifies the top padding of an element. The padding left specifies the left padding of an element. The padding right specifies the right padding of an element. The padding serves as shorthand for the preceding properties. Now let's see an example and understand. In this example, we have created a div and we are applying padding value to the content of the div, and the background color is light blue. Now let's see the output. As you can see, the content of the div has space around it. That means the padding which we have set in the style tag has been successfully applied. Just like margins, we can use padding shorten property. To shorten the code, it's possible to specify all the padding properties in one property. So here is how it works. If the padding property has 4 values, padding 25px, 50px, 75px, 100px. Top padding is 25px, right padding is 50px, bottom padding is 75px, left padding is 100px. Now let us see its example. We are using the same example, but the difference is just the way of specifying the padding properties. Let's see the output. Great. Padding has been applied to the div. So let's wrap up this lecture. Here's an assignment. Create a div and apply bottom padding, 50px to it. Can't wait to meet you in the next one. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. To prevent layout shifts and improve performance scores, we need to always set width and height attributes on our elements. We have used height and width in many of our HTML examples. Today we are going to learn in detail about them. So let's begin. The CSS height and width properties are used to set the height and width of an element. The CSS max width property is used to set the maximum width of an element. But remember, the height and width properties do not include padding, borders, or margins. It sets the height or width of the area inside the padding, border, and margin of the element. The height and width properties may have these values. Auto, this is default. The browser calculates the height and width. Length defines the height or width in px, cm, etc. in pixels or centimeters, etc. Percent defines the height or width in percent of the containing block. Initial sets the height or width to its default value. Inherit, the height or width will be inherited from its parent value. Now, let's see an example of height and width. In this example, the div element has a height of 200 pixels and a width of 50%. Let's see the output. The div has been displayed with the required height and width. Let's move on to another property, which is setting max width. The max width property is used to set the maximum width of an element. The max width can be specified in length values like pixel, centimeter, etc., or in percentage of the containing block, or set to none. This is default. Means that there is no maximum width. Note, if you for some reason use both the width property and the max width property on the same element, and the value of the width property is larger than the max width property, the max width property will be used and the width property will be ignored. Let's see this example. In this example, we've used max width on the div. Let's see the output. Now, we will resize the browser and it'll take the browser's width. So this is it for today, guys. Here's an assignment. Create a div and its height should be 300 pixel and width should be 50%. Looking forward to see you on the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hello and welcome. We can format text using different styles in CSS. And today we are going to learn about how to use text styles. CSS has a lot of properties for formatting text. Let's learn them one by one. The color property is used to set the color of the text. The color is specified by a color name like red, a HEX value like hashtag FF0000, an RGB value like RGB 255,0,0. Now here is an example of text color. Here we have applied blue color to body and green color to heading. Let's see the output. Great. The text colors have been applied to the body and heading. Text alignment. The text align property is used to set the horizontal alignment of a text. A text can be left or right aligned, centered or justified. Here is an example of text align. Here we have H1, H2 and H3 having center, left and right alignment respectively. We have set the alignment property like this. Text align center. Now let's see the output. The headings with different alignments have been displayed. Now the next style property is text transformation. The text transform property is used to specify uppercase and lowercase letters in a text. It can be used to turn everything into an uppercase or lowercase letter or capitalize the first letter of each word. Here is an example. So we can make our text uppercase, lowercase and capitalized. In this example, we have 3 P elements on which we are applying 3 types of transformations. Now let's see the output. Voila! The text in the P elements have been transformed. You can see the uppercase, lowercase and capitalized letters. The next interesting property is text shadow. The text shadow property adds shadow to text. In its simplest use, you only specify the horizontal shadow, 2 pixels, and the vertical shadow, 2 pixels. We can add color to the shadow, and the most interesting thing is we can add a blur effect in pixels. Here is an example. Here we have specified the shadow effect, 2 pixel, 2 pixel. The color red, the blur effect 5 pixel on the H1 element. Now let's see the output. Now, isn't it looking great? The blur effect makes it more attractive. So we'll wrap up the lecture here. Here's an assignment for you. Create a div element and apply lowercase transformation to it. I cannot wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we are going to learn an interesting concept, that is CSS box model. What you've learned so far is essentially the box model. So I hope you've understood and practiced the topics we've covered. So let's get started now. The components that can be depicted on the web page consist of one or more than one rectangular box. A CSS box model is a compartment that includes different assets such as edge, border, padding, and material. It's used to develop the design and structure of a web page. It can be used as a set of tools to personalize the layout of different components. Now, according to the CSS box model, the web browser supplies each element as a square prism. The CSS box model is essentially a box that wraps around every HTML element. It consists of margins, borders, padding, and actual content. This image on your screen illustrates the box model. The CSS box model contains these different properties in CSS. Border field. It's a region between the padding box and the margin. Its proportions are determined by the width and height of the boundary. Margin field. This segment consists of the area between the boundary and the edge of the border. The proportion of the margin region is equal to the margin box width and height. It's better to separate the product from its neighbor nodes. Padding field. This field requires the padding of the component. In essence, this area is the space around the subject area and inside the border box. The height and the width of the padding box decide its proportions. Content field. Material such as text, photographs, or other digital media is included in this area. It's constrained by the information edge and its proportions are dictated by the width and height of the content closure. Now let's move on to our next CSS box model property. In order to set the width and height of an element correctly in all browsers, you need to know how the box model works. Let's see an example of CSS box model. So there is a div on which we have applied background color, height, width, margin, padding, and border. Div has the content of the box model. Let's open the browser and see the output. The box model has been displayed with the green border, 300 pixel width, 200 pixel height, 50 pixel padding, and 20 pixel margin, etc. So this is it for today. I hope you have a clear idea about the CSS box model now. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture, guys. Goodbye and take care. Optimism is that one quality more associated with success and happiness than any other, said Brian Tracy. Let your positivity and optimism inspire you and lead you to success. Hi and welcome. We have learned CSS borders. Today we are going to learn a similar concept, that is CSS outline. So let's start. An outline is a line drawn outside the element's border. An outline is a line that is drawn around elements outside the borders to make the elements stand out. Outline differs from borders, so you might be wondering, what is the difference between a border and an outline? Unlike borders, the outline is drawn outside the element's border and may overlap other content. Also, the outline is not a part of the element's dimensions. The element's total width and height is not affected by the width of the outline. If you still have any confusion, don't worry. We're going to see an example of the outline Then you will have a clear picture. So CSS has the following outline properties: outline style, outline color, outline width, outline offset, outline. Just like borders, we can apply some styles to outline. The outline style property specifies the style of the outline and can have one of these values: dotted, which defines a dotted outline; dashed, which defines a dashed outline; solid defines a solid outline; double defines a double outline; groove defines a 3D grooved outline; ridge defines a 3D ridged outline; inset defines a 3D inset outline; outset defines a 3D outset outline; none defines no outline; hidden defines a hidden outline. Now let's see an example of outline so you will understand it better. In this example, we have a bunch of P elements having a red outline with different styles that we've seen earlier and black borders. Now let's see the output. You can clearly see the difference between a border and an outline here. We have applied red color to outlines. So I hope you know what an outline is now. This is all you need to know about the outline. Now here's an assignment. Apply a dashed outline to a div and the color should be green. Looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. To make our website more attractive, we can add different font styles. Choosing the right font for your website is important. Hi and welcome, guys. Choosing the right font has a huge impact on how the readers experience a website. The right font can create a strong identity for your brand. Using a font that is easy to read is important. The font adds value to your text. It's also important to choose the correct color and text size for the font. Now in this lecture, we're going to learn about the fonts in CSS. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. CSS has 5 important generic font families. Serif fonts have a small stroke at the edges of each letter. They create a sense of formality and elegance. Sans serif fonts have clean lines, no small strokes attached. They create a modern and minimalistic look. Monospace fonts. Here all the letters have the same fixed width. They create a mechanical look. Cursive fonts imitate human handwriting. Fantasy fonts are decorative or playful fonts. The CSS font family property. In CSS, we use the font family property to specify the font of a text. The font family property should hold several font names as a fallback system to ensure maximum compatibility between browsers or operating systems. Start with the font you want. To let the browser pick a similar font in the generic family if no other fonts are available. The font names should be separated with comma. Now let's see an example. In this example, we've used Times New Roman, Times Serif, Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif, Lucida Console, Courier New. Monospace these 3 font families on content of the P elements. Let's see the output. These font families are really attractive and they've been applied to the text successfully. Now the next one is Font Web Safe. Web Safe fonts are fonts that are universally installed across all browsers and devices. However, there are no 100% completely web-safe fonts. There's always a chance that a font is not found or is not installed properly. Therefore, it's very important to always use fallback fonts. This means that you should add a list of similar backup fonts in the font family property. If the first font does not work, the browser will try the next one, and so on. Always end the list with a generic font family name. Now let's see an example. Here, there are 3 font types: Tahoma, Verdana, and Sans Serif. The second and third fonts are backups in case the first one is not found. Let's see the output. The Homa font family has been applied to the text. So that's how we can use font families. I hope you enjoyed today's lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Apply Courier New monospace font family on the text. Welcome back. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome back. You must have heard what icons are, right? You obviously have seen some icons on your computer. Now let's learn about CSS icons. An icon is a small graphical representation of a program, feature, or file. Icons help users quickly identify the type of file or any feature represented by the icon. Icons can easily be added to your HTML page by using an icon library. So you must be wondering how to add icons to your page. Let's see that. The simplest way to add an icon to your HTML page is with an icon library, such as Font Awesome. Add the name of the specified icon class to any inline HTML element, like I or span. All the icons in the icon libraries are scalable vectors that can be customized with CSS, which is color, size, shadow. Let's see a way of adding icons without any installation or downloading. Font Awesome icons. To use these icons, go to the fontawesome.com, sign in and get a code to add in head section of your HTML page. No downloading or installation is required. Now, let's see an example. Here we are using font from fontawesome.com. In the I element, we are assigning the already created classes from the website. For example, FAS, FAR, Cloud. Let's see the output. Now, the icons are displayed on the browser. You can use any icon present on the fontawesome.com. So, this is it for today, guys. Explore more icons and have more fun. We'll meet in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we are going to learn how to style links using CSS. You know what links are? Links allow us to jump from one page to another, and styling them is quite easy and fun too. So let's get started. With CSS, links can be styled in many different ways. Here's an example of coloring the link. In this example, we are styling the link with the color hot pink. The text of the link would be hot pink. Let's see the output. Voila! You can see the color of the link has been changed to hot pink. In addition, links can be styled differently depending on what state they are in. The 4 linked states are a link, a normal, unvisited link, a visited, a link the user has visited, a hover, a link when the user mouses over it, a active, a link the moment it is clicked. Let's see an example. So in this example, we are showing different states of the links. The link will be red when the link has not been visited. When we move the mouse pointer over the link, it would be hot pink. When the link is active, its color would be blue. When we visit the link, the color would be green. Let's see the output. Now the link is red. When we move the mouse over it, it will be hot pink. Then we select it. The color is blue. When we click on it and come back, the color will be green because we have visited that link. So this is how we can use CSS on links. Now we've reached the end of this lecture, but there's an assignment for you. Create a link and apply red color to it. That's it for now. I'll see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome. I'm sure you all know what lists are. You must have studied them in HTML. However, there is no harm in revising them. In HTML, there are two main types of lists. Unordered lists. The list items are marked with bullets. Ordered lists. The list items are marked with numbers or letters. And today we are going to style these lists with the help of different properties. I'm pretty sure you must be excited to learn these CSS properties. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. The CSS list properties allow you to set different list item markers for ordered lists. Set different list item markers for unordered lists. Set an image as a list item marker. Add background colors to lists and list items. Now, let's start to style the lists. Different list item markers. The list style type property specifies the type of list item marker. Let's see an example. In this example, we have created two ordered lists and two unordered lists. With the unordered list, we have set the list style type property to circle and square. With ordered list, we have set the list style type property to upper Roman and lower alpha. Let's see the output. As you can see, the lists have been marked with different markers successfully. Next is an image as a list item marker. The list style image property specifies an image as a list item marker. Let's see an example to understand that. In this, we are using an image as markers of list items. Here we have used a purple square. Let's see the output. Great! The image has been displayed as list markers. Next one is styling list with colors. We can also style lists with colors to make them look a little more interesting. Anything added to the OL or UL tag affects the entire list, while properties added to the LI tag will affect the individual list items. Let's see an example to understand this. In this example, we have set color to ordered list and unordered list. Then we have set different colors to the list items of both the lists. Let's see the output. Different colors to lists and list items have been displayed successfully. So here we'll wrap up this lecture, but there's an assignment for you. Create an unordered list and apply an image as a list item marker. I can't wait to see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. HTML tables play an important role in representing the data on the web page. However, without any style on the tables, they are unappealing. So today we are going to style the HTML tables. Hi and welcome. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. At first, we'll see some border related properties. Table border. To specify table borders in CSS, use the border property. The example here specifies a black border for table, th, and td elements. To apply borders to all the elements in the style tag, we need to specify th and td also. Here we are applying 1 pixel solid and black border. Let's see the output. The table border has been applied successfully, but there's something wrong, isn't there? Because two borders appear here, the border does not look good. Don't worry, we have a solution for that. Collapse table borders. The border collapse property sets whether the table borders should be collapsed into single border. Let's see an example. The border of this table is 1 pixel solid and black. We have set the border collapse property to collapse, so there would be only single border instead of double border. Let's see the output. Now the table is looking more attractive. Let's move on to our next property. Border only for the table. If you only want a border around the table, only specify the border property for table. Let's see an example. In the style element, we specify the border only for the table and not for the tr, th, and td tags. So these elements will have no borders. As you can see, there's a border only around the table and not around other table elements. So this is it for this lecture. The remaining style properties will be covered in the next lecture. Till then, solve an assignment, create a table, and collapse the borders. I'll see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we covered some border properties of tables that are essential for table representation. Today, we are going to learn some interesting CSS properties to style a table. So let's get started. Table padding. To control the space between the border and the content in a table, use the padding property on TD and TH elements. Let's see the example. We have applied 15 pixel padding to the heading and data in the cells. Let's see the output. Now the table is looking more appealing. Hovering table. Use the hover selector on TR to highlight table rows on mouse over. The hover selector is used to select the elements when you mouse over them. This property makes the table look more attractive. Let's see an example. Here we are applying yellow color to the background. When the mouse will be on any of the rows, the background color will appear. Let's see the output. When we point the mouse over any of the rows, the yellow color will appear. Next is striped tables. For zebra striped tables, use the nth child selector and add a background color to all even or odd table rows. Let's see an example. Here we are using the nth child selector and added background color to all even table rows. Nth child selector in CSS is used to match the elements based on their position in a group of siblings. Let's see the output. Great, the color has been applied to all the even rows and the table is looking more attractive. Now we have reached the end of this lecture. Here's an assignment. Use the hover selector and highlight the odd rows with blue color. That's it for now. I'll see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. CSS helps you to position your HTML element. You can put any HTML element at whatever location you like. You can specify whether you want the element positioned relative to its natural position in the page or absolute based on its parent element. Hi and welcome. It's really important for us to position the elements in the right way so that our website looks more appealing. In this lecture, we are going to learn positioning related properties with their examples. So let's see the position property. The position property specifies the type of positioning method used for an element. Let's see the first property. Relative positioning. Relative positioning changes the position of the HTML element relative to where it normally appears. So left is to 20 adds 20 pixels to the element's left position. You can use two values, top and left, along with the position property to move an HTML element anywhere in the HTML document. Move left, use a negative value for left. Move right, use a positive value for left. Move up, use a negative value for top. Move down, use a positive value for top. Now let's see an example. In this example, we have used the position relative on the div, which means it's going to be positioned relative to its normal position. Let's see the output. The div is positioned 30 pixels to the left. Next is absolute positioning, an element with position. Absolute is positioned at the specified coordinates relative to your screen top left corner. You can use two values, top and left, along with the position property to move an HTML element anywhere in the HTML document. Move left, use a negative value for left. Move right, use a positive value for right. Move up, use a negative value for top. Move down, use a positive value for top. An element with position. Absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor, instead of positioned relative to the viewport like fixed. That's why in this example, the parent div is positioned relative and the child div is positioned top, 80 pixels from the parent div. Let's see the output. You can see the parent div and the child div. The child div is positioned 80 pixels from the top of the parent div. Now the next property is fixed positioning. Fixed positioning allows you to fix the position of an element to a particular spot on the page, regardless of scrolling. Specified coordinates will be relative to the browser window. You can use two values, top and left, along with the position property to move an HTML element anywhere in the HTML document. Move left, use a negative value for left. Move right, use a positive value for left. Move up, use a negative value for top. Move down, use a positive value for top. Now here is an example of fixed position. Here we have applied the fixed position to an element fixed. That element will be positioned relative to the viewport, which means it will always stay in the same place even if the page is scrolled. Now let's see the output. As you can see, the div is at the fixed position even when we scroll the page. So now we are at the end of this lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Create a div and apply relative left 50 pixels to it. That's all for now. I'll meet you soon. Hi and welcome. CSS display is the most important property of CSS, which is used to control the layout of the element. It specifies how the element is displayed. Every element has a default display value according to its nature. Every element on the web page is a rectangular box, and the CSS property defines the behavior of that rectangular box. Today we are going to learn some display properties of CDD. Here's the syntax. Display value. These are the CSS display values which are commonly used. Display inline, display inline block, display block, display none. Let's learn about these properties one by one. CSS display inline. The inline element takes the required width only. It doesn't force the line break, so the flow of text doesn't break in the inline example. The inline elements are span, A, M, B, etc. CSS display inline block. The CSS display inline block element is very similar to inline element, but the difference is that you're able to set the width and height. CSS display block. These elements take as much horizontal space as they can, means the block element takes the full available width. They make a line break before and after them. CSS display none. The none value totally removes the element from the page. It will not take any space. Here's an example. In this example, we have 4 divs, and in that div, we have added Hello World as a P element. We have applied the display none property to the first P element of the first div. We have applied display inline to the second, then display block to the third, and on the P element, we have applied display inline block. Let's see the output. So in the first div, Hello World is not displayed because we have applied display none. The second P element has displayed inline. That means it has displayed without breaking the line. The third one is displayed as a separate block. The last one is displayed as a block but in the same line. So that's how we can display elements with some properties. we've reached the end of this lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Create a div element and add a p element having display inline block. P, welcome, P. That's all for now. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. We have used the width property in a lot of our examples. You all are aware that the width property sets the width of an element. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we learn what the width and maximum width are. The width property sets the width of an element. The width of an element does not include padding, borders, or margins. The maximum width property defines the maximum width of an element. If the content is larger than the maximum width, it'll automatically change the height of the element. If the content is smaller than the maximum width property has no effect. Setting the width of a block level element will prevent it from stretching out to the edges of its container. Using max width instead in this situation will improve the browser's handling of small windows. This is important when making a site usable on small devices. Now let's see an example. Here we are using two divs. On the first div, we have applied width 500 pixels, and on the second div, we have applied maximum width 500 pixels. Let's see the output. We can see the difference between these two divs by changing the size of the browser. The size of the second div will be adjusted accordingly. So that's it for today. I'll meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay focused. When we use a block level element, sometimes the content of that element overflows. CSS provides some properties to deal with this kind of situation. Hello and welcome back. As I previously stated, the content is sometimes too large and tends to overflow. So in this lecture, we are going to learn some CSS overflow properties. Let's get started. The CSS overflow property specifies how to handle the content when it overflows its block level container. We know that every single element on a page is a rectangular box, and the size, positioning, and behavior of these boxes are controlled via CSS. So let's take an example. If you don't set the height of the box, it'll grow as large as the content. But if you set a specific height or width of the box and the content inside cannot fit, then what will happen? The CSS overflow property is used to overcome this problem. It specifies whether to clip content, render scroll bars, or just display content. So these are some CSS overflow property values. Visible, it specifies that overflow is not clipped. It renders outside the elements box. This is a default value. Hidden, it specifies that the overflow is clipped and the rest of the content will be invisible. Scroll, it specifies that the overflow is clipped and a scroll bar is used to see the rest of the content. Auto, it specifies that if overflow is clipped, a scroll bar is needed to see the rest of the content. Inherit, it inherits a property from its parent element. Initial, it's used to set the property to its initial value. Now let's see an example of a couple of overflow property values. So in this example, there are two divs on which we are applying the CSS overflow property values. On the first div, we are applying the scroll property, and on the second, we are applying the hidden property. There is a lot of content in both the divs, but the height of the div is relatively small. So let's see the output. In the first div, the scroll appears. With the help of that scroll, we can see the content. Since we've used the hidden property on the second div, the rest of the content is hidden. This is how we can use the overflow properties. Now here is an assignment for you. Use the visible property on a div and see what the output is. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Hi and welcome back. In a HTML document, you can float elements and sometimes it's essential for the presentation. You might be wondering what exactly is floating the element. In this lecture, we are going to learn the same. So, the float CSS property places an element on the left or right side of its container, allowing text and inline elements to wrap around it. The element is removed from the normal flow of the page, though still remaining a part of the flow. In simple words, a floated element is taken out of the normal flow and shifted to the left or right as far as possible in the space available of the containing element. Other elements normally flow around the floated items. The CSS float property specifies how an element should float. Let's see the float property in detail now. The float property is used for positioning and formatting content. Example, let an image float left to the text in a container. The float property can have one of these values. Left, the element flows to the left of its container. Right, the element flows to the right of its container. None, the element does not float, will be displayed just where it occurs in the text. This is default. Inherit, the element inherits a float value of its parent. In its simplest use, the float property can be used to wrap text around images. Now let's see an example of float. Right. In this example, we have an image which is floated to the right of the paragraph with the help of the float property. The P element contains the paragraph and the image. Let's see the output. Great. The float right property has been successfully applied to the image. Let's see another example. In this example, we've used float left. Let's see the output. As you can see, the image is placed at the left of the paragraph. So this is how we can float elements. This is it for today. Practice each example. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Hi and welcome. This lecture's topic is related to the float property. Today we are going to learn the clear property. When we use the float property and we want the next element below, not on the right or left, we will have to use the clear property. The clear property specifies what should happen with the element that is next to a floating element. The clear property can have one of these values. None, the element is not pushed below left or right floated elements. This is default. Left, the element is pushed below left floated elements. Right, the element is pushed below right floated elements. Both, the element is pushed below both left and right floated elements. Inherit, the element inherits the clear value from its parent. When clearing floats, you should match the clear to the float. If an element is floated to the left, then you should clear to the left. Your floated element will continue to float, but the cleared element will appear below it on the web page. Now let's see an example. In this example, notice that div 2 is after div 1 in the HTML code. However, since div 1 floats to the left, the text in div 2 flows around div 1. In the third div 3, we have used clear. Left, it moves div 4 down below the floating div 3. The value left clears elements floated to the left. You can also clear right and both. Now let's see the output. So you can clearly see the difference between the two divs. With a clear property, and without the clear property. So this is it. I'll see you in the next lecture. Stay tuned and keep learning. Aligning things in CSS is the poster child of CSS complaining. Why does it have to be so hard? I think the issue isn't that it's difficult to do, but in that there are so many different ways of doing it. Depending on the situation, it's hard to know which to reach for. So let's learn all the ways and make it easier to do. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn some ways to make an element align horizontally and vertically. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. In the previous lecture, we learned how to position elements and use clear fix on them, etc. Now let's align the elements using margin auto. To horizontally center a block element, like div, use margin auto. Setting the width of the element will prevent it from stretching out to the edges of its container. The element will then take up the specified width, and the remaining space will be split equally between the two margins. Now let's see an example. We have created a class named center and set margin auto to align the element to center and applied that class to the div, which has a P element having the text hello world. Now let's see if the div is aligned to center or not. Great. The div element has been aligned to center. Now let's try to align the text. To just center the text inside an element, use text align center. Now let's see an example. In the class center, we have set the text align to center and applied that to the div so that all the text in the div will be centered. Now let's see the output. Great, the text has been aligned. Now let's see how to make an image center. To center an image, set left and right margin to auto and make it into a block element. Here's an example. As discussed earlier, we have set the left and right margin to auto and display to block. Let's see the output. The image has been centered successfully. So this is it for today. In the next lecture, we learn how to align elements vertically. I cannot wait to meet you guys. Till then, take care. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned different ways to horizontally align elements, text, and images. In this lecture, we'll be learning different ways to align vertically. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. There are many ways to center an element vertically in CSS. A simple solution is to use top and bottom padding. Let's see an example and understand this. In this example, we have used top and bottom padding 70 and 0 pixel. Let's see the output. The text in the div is vertically aligned. Now let's center the element using the line height. Another trick is to use the line height property with a value that is equal to the height property. Let's see an example. You might have noticed the line height and height are the same. It adds an equal amount of space above and below the line box. We have set the line height to the P element also. Let's see the output. Great. You can see the text of the P element. It is in center. So this is it for the alignment concept. Now here's an assignment for you. Create a div and make the content align center using line height. Hope to meet you guys in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. It's our attitude at the beginning of a difficult task, which more than anything else will affect its successful outcome, said William James. American philosopher and psychologist William James was the first educator to offer a psychology course in the United States. He knew it was the beginning of a difficult task that ultimately led to a successful outcome. Hi and welcome back. Today we are going to learn a very interesting topic, which is CSS combinators. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. A combinator is something that explains the relationship between the selectors. A CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector. Between the simple selectors, we can include a combinator. There are 4 different combinators in CSS. Descendant selector, which is space, child selector, which is greater than, adjacent sibling selector, plus general sibling selector. So let's get started with the first type of selector, which is descendant selector, space. The descendant selector matches all elements that are descendants of a specified element. You've probably used this type of selector in your examples. So let's see the example. In the style tag, we have defined div p using space. That means all the p elements that are inside the div will have yellow color. Now let's see the output. Voila! All descendants have yellow background color. Now the next one is child selector, which is greater than. The child selector selects all elements that are the children of a specified element. Let's see the example. You might have noticed we have used div greater than p. The child p elements of div. It'll select only the child elements, not the descendant. Here we have created a section element and it has a p element inside it. Since this p element is inside the section, it's not the child of div. It'll not have the background color. Let's see the output. The first, second, and the fourth p elements are the child of the div. The third one is in the section, so it does not have the background color. So this is it for this lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Create a div and all the child h2 elements should have the text color purple. I'll see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned about the first 2 types of combinators, descendant and child selector. I hope you understood that clearly. If you have any doubts, you can ask in the question answer section of the course. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the remaining type of combinators, which are adjacent siblings and general sibling selector. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Adjacent sibling selector is used to select an element that is directly after another specific element. Sibling elements must have the same parent element, and adjacent means immediately following. Here's the example. The plus selector is used to select an element that is directly after another specific element. This example selects the first p element that is placed immediately after div elements. Remember, this selector will select the elements which are placed after the specified element and not the elements which are in the specified element. So third and seventh p element will have the background color yellow. Now let's see the output. Background color has been applied to the third and seventh p element. The next is general sibling selector. The general sibling selector selects all elements that are next siblings of a specified element. Let's see its example. This example selects all p elements that are next siblings of div elements. So after the div element, there are 3 p elements, third, fourth, and fifth. So the background color will be applied to these p elements. Now let's see the output. Great, as I said earlier, third, fourth, and fifth elements have the background color, which means they are the next siblings of a specified element. So with this, we have reached the end of this lesson. I cannot wait to meet you in the next one. Goodbye and take care. Hello and welcome back. Today we are going to learn an interesting topic which will help you to work with CSS when it comes to styling a particular element. Today we learn about CSS pseudo classes. I know this is a whole new concept for you, but don't worry, at the end of this lecture you will have a clear idea about the pseudo classes. So what are pseudo classes? A pseudo class is used to define a special state of an element. For example, it can be used to style an element when a user mouses over it. Style visited and unvisited links differently. Style an element when it gets focus. Now let's see the syntax of pseudo classes. Let's see an example of pseudo classes. Anchor pseudo classes. Links can be displayed in different ways like this. Here we are styling a link depending on the state. An unvisited link is of the red color. Visited link is of the green color. Then we move the mouse over the link. The color will be hot pink. When we select the link, the color will be blue. Now let me tell you a fun fact. A hover must come after a link and a visited in the CSS definition in order to be effective. A active must come after a hover in the CSS definition in order to be effective. Pseudo class names are not case sensitive. Now let's see the output. Link's color is green because we have visited this link in the past. When we move the mouse over the link, the color is hot pink. Now let's select the link. The color is blue. Next one is pseudo classes and HTML classes. Pseudo classes can be combined with HTML classes. Here we have created one HTML class highlight with the pseudo class a hover, and we have assigned that class to the first P element which has an anchor tag. Let's see the output. So when we move our mouse over to the link where we have applied the class, the font size will change. Let's see another example with a div. An example of using the hover pseudo class on a div element. In this example, we have created div having green background color. And when we move our mouse over the div, it'll change its background color to be blue. Let's see the output. Let's move the mouse over the div. Great. The color has changed. So that is it for this lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Create a div having the text welcome. When we move our mouse over the text, the color of the text should change to blue. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned what pseudo classes are and syntax of the pseudo class with some examples. Today, we are going to see some more interesting examples of the pseudo class. So let's get started. Simple tooltip hover. Let's directly jump on to the code to understand that. In this example, we have a div and AP element. At first, we have set the display none property to the P element. But when we move our mouse over to the div, the P element will be visible. Let's see the output. Let's hover over a div element to show a P element, like a tooltip. The P element is visible. The next is CSS, the first child pseudo class. The first child pseudo class matches a specified element, that is the first child of another element. Match the first P element. Let's see an example in which the selector matches any P element, that is, the first child of any element. In this example, the P first child selects the first P element of that first child of any element. In this example, the P element having the text, this is the first line, is the first child of the body element, and the P element having the text, this is the third line, is the first child of the div element. So the first and third P element would be affected. Now let's see the output. Great, the text color of the first and third P elements has changed to blue. Now wasn't that interesting? So with this, we've reached the end of this lecture. I can't wait to meet you in the next one. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned what pseudo classes are and their examples. Just like pseudo classes, CSS allows us to use pseudo element. And today we are going to learn about them. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. What exactly are pseudo elements? A CSS pseudo element is used to style specified parts of an element. For example, it can be used to style the first letter or line of an element. Insert content before or after the content of an element. Let's see the syntax of pseudo element. Let's see how we can use these elements in the examples. The first line pseudo element. The first line pseudo element is used to add a special style to the first line of a text. Let's see an example. In this example, we are using P first line. That means the first line of the P element will have all the CSS properties applied to it. It will have the red color and small caps. Let's see the output. Great. As you can see on the screen, the content of the P element has been displayed. The first line has the color red and it has small caps. Remember, the first line pseudo element can only be applied to block level elements. These properties can be applied to the first line pseudo element. Font properties, color properties, background properties, work spacing, letter spacing, text decoration, vertical align, text transformation. Notice the double colon notation. First line versus first line. The double colon replaced the single colon notation for pseudo elements in CSS3. This was an attempt for W3C to distinguish between pseudo classes and pseudo elements. The single colon syntax was used for both pseudo classes and pseudo elements in CSS2 and CSS1 for backward compatibility. The single colon syntax is acceptable for CSS2 and CSS1 pseudo elements. Now next is the first letter pseudo element. Just like first line, the first letter pseudo element is used to add a special style to the first letter of a text. Let's see an example. In this example, we are using P first letter. That means the first letter of the P element will have all the CSS properties applied to it. It will have the red color and the font size. Now let's see the output. Great. The CSS styles have been applied to the first letter. Just like pseudo classes, we can use HTML classes with pseudo elements. Let's see the example. We want to make the first letter of the first P element red and we want to change its font size to font size 200%. But when we use just the P first letter, the first letters of all the P elements will be affected. Solution to that problem would be creating a class like this. P.intro, first letter, and assigning to the required element. Let's see the output. Great. We got the required output. CSS, the selection pseudo element. The selection pseudo element matches the portion of an element that is selected by a user. These CSS properties can be applied to selection, color, background, cursor, and outline. Let's see an example. In this example, we have used selection element that will apply all the properties. In this case, color and background when we select any element on the screen. Now let's see the output. So when we are selecting any text on the screen, the color and background is changing. So this is it for today. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Here is an assignment for you. Create 3 P elements in the HTML document and apply the blue color just to the first letter of the second P element. Hint, use HTML class. I really can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. of our examples, we've used transparency or opacity. So I'm pretty sure you have a basic understanding of what opacity is. Don't worry. Any remaining confusion will be clarified today. Hi and welcome. Today we are going to learn about the opacity or transparency in CSS. The CSS opacity property is used to specify the transparency of an element. In simple words, you can say that it specifies the clarity of the image. In technical terms, opacity is defined as the degree in which light is allowed to travel through an object. The opacity property can take a value from 0.0 to 1.0. The lower the value, the more transparent the element. Let's see an example. In this example, there is an image. On that image, we are applying opacity 0.5. That means it will not be fully transparent or not transparent at all. So let's see the output. Great. You can see the opacity of the image. Transparent hover effect. The opacity property is often used together with a hover selector to change the opacity on mouse over. The first CSS block is similar to the code in example 1. In addition, we have added what should happen when a user hovers over one of the images. In this case, we want the image to not be transparent when the user hovers over it. The CSS for this is opacity 1. When the mouse pointer moves away from the image will be transparent again. Now let's see the output. Great. The hover effect has been applied successfully. So this is it. Here's an assignment. Apply opacity 0.3 on an image. I'll see you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. We generate fears while we sit. We overcome them by action, said Dr. Henry Link. Famous psychologist Dr. Henry Link understood how the human mind tends to overthink and how we can fight against it. Hi and welcome back. Navigation bar is an important factor of a website. When we build a website, the navigation bar will help us navigate through the website content. I'm sure the navigation bar has helped you with the navigation process when you're visiting any website. And today we are going to learn about the navigation bars in detail. Having easy to use navigation is important for any website. With CSS, you can transform boring HTML menus into good-looking navigation bars. Let's see an example of a simple navigation bar. In this example, we are using the list type none. Because when we use links of a navigation bar into a list, it'll have numbers or bullets. Then we have set margin 0 and padding 0 to remove browser default settings. Let's see the output. Great. Our simple navigation bar has been displayed. Next is horizontal nav bar. There are two ways to create a horizontal navigation bar, using inline or floating list items. Let's see the first example with inline. All other CSS properties are the same. By default, li elements. By default, li elements are block elements. Here we remove the line breaks before and after each list item to display them on one line using display inline. Let's see the output. As you can see, the navigation bar is horizontal now. Let's use floating in the navigation bar. It's looking a bit complicated, but don't worry, I'll explain the example. In this example, we are using float, left, for the block elements to float next to each other. Then we are using display block, which allows us to specify padding and height, width, margins, etc. if you want. Then we are setting the padding 8 pixel, which will specify some padding between each A element to make them look good. By using background color, we are adding a gray background color to each A element. Let's see the output. Voila! Our navigation bar looks really beautiful. Now, wasn't that interesting? Well, this is it for today, guys. Practice each example on your own. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Hello and welcome back. Today we'll be learning about the drop-down list. I know you've worked with drop-down lists a lot of times, but today we'll be seeing an example of drop-down with CSS. So let's get started. A drop-down list, abbreviated drop-down or DDL, also known as a drop-down menu, drop menu, pull-down list, pick list, is a graphical control element similar to a list box that allows the user to choose one value from a list. When a drop-down list is inactive, it displays a single value. What does a drop-down menu look like? Well, a drop-down menu is a horizontal list of options that each contain a vertical menu. Here's an example. Use any element to open the drop-down content. Example, a span or a button element. Use a container element like div to create the drop-down content and add whatever you want inside of it. Wrap a div element around the elements to position the drop-down content correctly with CSS. The drop-down class uses position relative, which is needed when we want the drop-down content to be placed right below the drop-down button, using position absolute. The drop-down content class holds the actual drop-down content. It is hidden by default and will be displayed on hover. Please note, the minimum width is set to 160 pixel. Feel free to change this. Now here's a tip. If you want the width of the drop-down content to be as wide as the drop-down button, set the width to 100% and overflow, auto to enable scroll on small screens. Instead of using a border, we've used a CSS box shadow property to make the drop-down menu look like a card. The hover selector is used to show the drop-down menu when the user moves the mouse over the drop-down button. Let's see the output. When we hover the mouse over the text, Hello World is displayed. Now we are at the end of this video. I can't wait to meet you in the next one. Goodbye and keep learning. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Walt Disney. This inspirational quote comes from the man who created the happiest place on earth and a multi-billion-dollar empire. Hi and welcome back. Do you know we can create an image gallery with the help of CSS? Isn't it interesting? So in this lecture, we'll create an image gallery. Let's directly jump on to the code. We have 4 images in the image gallery. We have created a class gallery which has some CSS properties like margin, border, float, and width. This class is assigned to all the divs with images. When we hover over the image, the border will change. We have set the width 100 and height auto to the images of the div. After that, we have set padding 15 pixel, text align, center to the description of the image, and set the desk class to the description part of each div or image. In the div, we have set the anchor tags around the image to assign a link to it. And we have specified the image itself in the href attribute. Now let's see the output. Our image gallery has been displayed properly. When we move our mouse over any of the images, the border size changes. Wasn't that interesting? Now you create an image gallery yourself. And that's it for now. Looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to this lecture. With the help of CSS, we can style HTML elements with a specific attribute. Isn't it cool? So today we are going to learn how to style elements with their attributes. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. First is CSS Attribute Selector. The attribute selector is used to select elements with a specified attribute. Let's see an example. In this example, the selector selects all the A element having target attribute and applies yellow background color to them. www.disney.com and www.wikipedia.org have the target attribute. Let's see the output. As you can see, www.disney.com and www.wikipedia.org have the background color yellow because they have target attribute. Next is CSS attribute is equal to value selector. The attribute is equal to value selector is used to select elements with a specified attribute and value. Let's see an example. This example selects all A elements with the target is equal to underscore blank attribute since it is a attribute is equal to value selector and applies a yellow background to them. Now let's see the output. Great! The background color is applied to www.disney.com because it has a target blank attribute. Next is CSS Attribute Value Selector. The attribute is equal to value selector is used to select elements with an attribute value containing a specified word. Let's see an example. Here we have three images having different titles. So this example selects all elements with the title attribute that contains a space-separated list of words, one of which is flower. It will match elements with title is equal to flower, title is equal to summer flower, and title flower new, but not title my flower or title flowers. Now let's see the output. So this is it for today, guys. In the next lecture, we'll cover the remaining CSS attribute selectors. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we covered some CSS attribute selectors. Today, we are going to learn the remaining attribute selectors with examples. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. The first attribute selector is CSS attribute is equal to value selector. The attribute is equal to value selector is used to select elements with a specified attribute starting with a specified value. Note, the value has to be a whole word, either alone, like class is equal to top, or followed by a hyphen, like class is equal to top text. Now, let's see an example. This example selects all elements with a class attribute value that begins with top and applies the background color yellow to it. Here, it will select the H1 and first P element because they have proper value top. It will not select the second P element because it does not have the whole world top or it's not connected with a hyphen. Now let's see the output. Great! As I said earlier, H1 and P elements have the background color yellow. Now the next attribute selector is CSS attribute is equal to value selector. The attribute value selector is used to select elements whose attribute value begins with a specified value. It is just like the previous selector, but the value doesn't have to be a whole word. Now let's take the previous example, but let's apply this selector. In this example, the selector selects the first two elements whose class start with top, and it selects the element with the class top content as well. Let's see the output. As you can see it, select all three elements. As you can see it, it selects all three elements. Now the next one is CSS attribute is equal to value selector. The attribute is equal to value selector is used to select elements whose attribute value contains a specified value. The value doesn't have to be a whole word. Let's see an example to understand that. In this example, the selector selects all elements with a class attribute value that contains TE. So the elements having the class which contains the letter TE would be first test, my test, and my test. Now let's see the example. First, third div and the P element have the background color yellow. So that's it for today. Before wrapping up this lecture, here's an assignment for you. Set the background color to red for A elements that have a target attribute. Looking forward to meeting you in the next one. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hello and welcome back. A form is a section of a document which contains controls such as text fields, password fields, check boxes, radio buttons, submit button, menus, etc. Form often acts as a communication bridge that allows a user to communicate with a company and vice versa. A form facilitates the user to enter data that is to be sent to the server for processing, such as name, email address, password, profile number. Forms are required if you want to collect some data from the site visitor. For example, if a user wants to purchase some items on the internet, he or she must fill the form, such as shipping address and credit or debit card details, so that item can be sent to the given address. Form syntax. You must be wondering, why am I talking about the forms? So guys, in this lecture we are going to use CSS on the forms and make them more presentable. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. So let's start styling the input field. Let's apply some width to the input field of the form and see the output. Let's get into the code. In this example, we have applied 100% width to the input field. Let's see the output. Great. The full width has been applied to the input field. Note, the previous example applies to all input elements. If you only want to style a specific input type, you can use attribute selectors. Input type is equal to text. Will only select text fields. Input type is equal to password. Will only select password fields. Input type is equal to number. Will only select number fields. Now let's move on to the next topic, padded inputs. Using the padding property to add space inside the text field. When you have many inputs after each other, you might also want to add some margin to add more space outside of them. Let's see an example. In this example, there are two input fields, first name and last name. When the user enters the value, it should be clean and presentable. For that purpose, we are applying some padding to the input fields. Note that we have set the box sizing property to border box. This makes sure that the padding and eventually borders are included in the total width and height of the elements. Here it is, padding 12 pixel, 20 pixel. That means top and bottom padding are 12 pixel, right, and left paddings are 20 pixel. We are applying some margin also. Let's see the output. Since we have applied padding to the input field, when we enter some value, the values are presentable. Next one is border inputs. We've seen so many examples of borders in the course. Don't you think applying borders makes the elements stand out? Yes, it does. So let's use the border property to change the border size and color, and use the border radius property to add rounded corners. Let's jump into the code. Here input type is equal to text specifies that the CSS property should only be applied to the text fields. Then we applied some padding, margin and width to them. Border 2 pixel solid red specified the width should be 2 pixel. The border style should be solid and the border color should be red. Border radius 4 pixel specifies that the border radius should be 4 pixel. Let's see the output. Awesome! The borders have been applied to both of the text fields. So this is it for today. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Here's an assignment. Add a blue border to the text field and the width of the border should be 3 pixels. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned how to apply width to a form, how to apply padding to a form, and the border properties. In this lecture, we are going to learn some more ways to style the forms. So let's get started. In the last lecture, we learned how to apply the border property to the form. What if, for styling purposes, we want just the bottom border applied to the text field? Guess what? We can do that too. So let's see how we can do that. After looking at this example, you will get an idea of how to do this. Here we have used border bottom, 2 pixel solid red. To apply the border just at the bottom, we have specified the border width as well as the border color. Let's see the output. Voila! The bottom border has been successfully applied to the text field. The next one is colored input. You're all aware that when we apply colors to elements, they become more appealing. So today, we are going to do the same. We are going to use background color property to add a background color to the input and the color property to change the text color. Let's see the example. In this example, we have applied a background color using the background color property to the text fields. Color property is used to apply the color to the text of the content of the text field. On the darker shade of the color white, colored text looks more clear. That's why we have set the white color to the text. The values of the text fields are already set. Let's see the output. Great! Isn't the form looking more attractive? The colors have been applied. The next is focused input. When we click on an element, it automatically gets the focus. By default, some browsers will add a blue outline around the input when it gets focused or clicked on. You can remove this behavior by adding outline none to the input. Use the focus selector to do something with the input field when it gets focus. Let's see an example. Here we have created a simple form and applied some CSS properties, which you have seen in the previous example. In this example, we have used input type is equal to text focus. That means when the text fields get the focus or when we click on the text fields, the background color should change to light blue. Let's see the output. Let's click on one of the input fields. And as you can see, when it gets the focus, background color changes to light blue. Now let's see another example of the focus to get a clear idea. Here the input field gets a black border color when it gets focused or clicked on. We've also added the CSS transition property to animate the border color. It takes 0.5 seconds to change the color on focus. Then we have set the border to 3 pixel solid #555. When the input field gets a focus, let's see what happens. See the output? You can see the effect when we click on the input field. Next one is styling select menus. As you all know, we use select menus in some of our forms to get the correct data from our users. So let us style these menus using CSS. Let's see an example. As you can see in the example, we have created a selector menu country. There are 3 options in that menu. The first is Australia, second is Canada, last one is USA. In the style tag, we have applied width, padding, etc. We've removed the border style and applied the radius to it. Then we applied the background color to the menu. Let's see the output. Great. The select menu looks really attractive. So that's it. I can't wait to see you in the next lecture. This was fun. Let's make the next one too. Goodbye and take care. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts, said Winston Churchill. When it comes to inspirational, encouraging quotes by successful people, Winston Churchill's words of wisdom always make my list. Hi and welcome. You may have studied mathematical functions in a variety of programming languages. But what if I told you that CSS has math functions as well? Yes, CSS allows us to use three mathematical functions: calculation, max, and min functions. So today we are going to learn the first CSS math function, that is calculation function. Let's get started with the calc function now. The calc function performs a calculation to be used as a property value. Calc is a native CSS way to do simple math in CSS as a replacement for any length value or pretty much any number value. It has four simple math operators: add, subtract, multiply, and divide. CSS syntax, calc expression. Now let's look at an example. In this example, we have div having background color yellow. On the div, we have used width calc 100% minus 100 pixel. 100% refers to a percentage of the width of the containing element. So 100% means the same width as the container. In the referred example, body is the containing element. So 100% refers to the width of the body. From that, calculation subtract 100 pixels to arrive at the rendered size. In simple words, the percent operator defines the width as a percentage of the containing block. So for example, the 100% is 100% of the page body, lesser is the width of the padding, border, and margin of the div. Then the calculation subtracts a further 100 pixel from that. The calculated width responds to changes in the width of the containing element. If you resize the page, you will see the div respond accordingly. So let's see the output. Let us resize the browser and voila! Function on the div is working correctly. So that's how we can use the calc function. Now we are at the end of this video, but I can't wait to meet you in the next one. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hello and welcome back to this lecture. As you all are aware, we are learning about the CSS Math function in detail. In the previous lecture, we learned the calc method. In this lecture, we are going to learn the remaining two methods. So let's get started. First is the max function. The max function uses the largest value from a comma-separated list of values as a property value. CSS syntax: max, value 1, value 2. Let's see an example. So here we have set the max width 50%, 300 pixel. That means the maximum width is going to be 300 pixels. Now let's see the output. When we resize the browser, the div is taking the 50% or 300% pixel width of all the browser window. The next one is the main function. The main function uses the smallest value from a comma-separated list of values as the property value. CSS syntax: min, value 1, value 2. Here, we have set the minimum width 50%, 300 pixel. That means the minimum width is going to be 300 pixel. Now let's see the output. When we resize the browser, the div is taking the 50% or 300 pixel width of the browser window. So this is it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay connected. Improved website stacking is an underestimated yet significant advantage of CSS. Browsers download the CSS governs once and reserve them for stacking every one of the pages of a website. It makes perusing the website quicker and upgrades the general client experience. This component proves to be useful in making websites work easily at lower web speeds. Availability on low-end gadgets additionally improves with better stacking velocities. CSS sheets enable clients to redo the web page. CSS sheets are put away remotely and enable the client to make the vital changes. Various present-day browsers enable clients to characterize their very own style sheets. Therefore, a client can, without much of a stretch, change the properties of the text style and so forth. These and a lot more reasons are there for you to learn CSS, and I'm really happy you chose this course. Hi and welcome back. You might have noticed on some websites you see images or some elements with rounded corners. You see them almost everywhere these days. It's difficult to think of them as a trend, as they have essentially become an industry standard. We see them in hardware, in user interfaces, and on the web. Rounded corners are here to stay, and it's not just because they are pretty. There's more to them than meets the eye. Why? Then we love rounded corners. Well, it takes less cognitive load to see rounded rectangles than it does to see sharp-cornered ones. A rectangle with sharp edges indeed takes a little bit more cognitive visible effort than, for example, an ellipse of the same size. Our fovea eye is even faster in recording a circle. Edges involve additional neuronal image tools. The process is therefore slowed down. When to use rounded corners depends on the emotions that you want your user to experience and the identity you wish to present. You must be wondering, how can we do that using CSS, right? Don't worry. In this lecture, we're going to learn how to make rounded corners. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. To create a rounded corner, we use the CSS border radius property. Now, this property is used to set the border radius of an element. Syntax? Let's see an example. In this example, we have created one class called container. In the class, we have defined a border like this. Border 1 pixel solid black. After that, width and height are set to 300 pixel and 200 pixel. Background color is aqua. Border radius 10 pixel. Sets radius to all 4 corners to 10 pixel. We have assigned this class to the div. Now let's see the output. So this is how we can round the borders of the element. You can see the div's borders are rounded. Next is CSS border radius. Specify each corner. The border radius property can have from 1 to 4 values. Here are the rules. 4 values. Border radius 15 pixel, 50 pixel, 30 pixel, 5 pixel. First value applies to top left corner. Second value applies to top right corner. Third value applies to bottom right corner. And fourth value applies to bottom left corner. 3 values border radius 15 pixel, 50 pixel, 30 pixel. First value applies to top left corner. Second applies to top right and bottom left corners. Third applies to bottom right corners. 2 values border radius 15 pixel, 50 pixel. First value applies to top left and bottom right corners, and the second value applies to top right and bottom left corners. 1 value border radius 15 pixel. The value applies to all 4 corners, which are rounded equally, which you've seen in the previous example. Now let's see this example. In this example, we have 4 P elements having width 200 pixel, height 150 pixel each, then the padding is 20 pixel for each as well. And IDs of the P elements are hashtag rcorners1, hashtag rcorners2, hashtag rcorners3, hashtag rcorners4. In the first ID, hashtag rcorners1, we have set border radius 15 pixel, 50 pixel, 30 pixel, 5 pixel. That means first value applies to top left corner. Second applies to top right corner. Third applies to bottom right corner. Fourth applies to bottom left corner. In the second ID, hashtag corners2, we have set border radius 15 pixel, 50 pixel, 30 pixel. That means first value applies to top left corner. Second applies to top right and bottom left corners, and third applies to bottom right corner. In the third ID, hashtag corners 3, we have set border radius 15 pixel, 50 pixel. That means the first value applies to top left and bottom right corners, and the second value applies to top right and bottom left corners. The last ID, hashtag corners 4, specifies border radius 15 pixel, which means the border radius is going to apply to all the borders. Now, it's time for us to see the output. Great! All the values of the border radius are applied properly. You can see border top left radius, border top right radius, border bottom right radius, and border bottom left radius properties on the elements according to the values we have set. So this is it for today, guys. Here's an assignment. Give the div element rounded corners. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Looking forward to meeting you in the next one. Goodbye. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them, said Walt Disney. This inspirational quote comes from the man who created the happiest place on earth and a multi-billion-dollar empire. Hi and welcome to this lecture. As you're well aware, we can do a lot with the elements of the document using CSS. We can manipulate them in any way we want. CSS helps us in so many ways to style our element. Today, we are going to learn a very interesting way to style our element. You all know that we can create borders around our element, don't you? But what if I told you that you could use an image as a border around an element? Yes, you heard it right. We can do that using CSS. Today we are going to learn how to use an image as a border. Sometimes when building a web page, you want the element to look like it has a border like an image, but without using a graphics program like Photoshop or Fireworks. This can easily be accomplished by using CSS. The new CSS 3 property border image is a little tricky, but it can allow you to create flexible boxes with custom borders or drop shadows if that's your thing. In this video, I'll explain how the border image property works in today's browsers. It makes the element look more influential and differs from the other content on the page. So let us begin. The border image property allows you to specify an image to be used as a border around an element. The border image property is a shortened property for border image source, border image slice, border image width, border image outset, border image repeat. Omitted values are set to their default values. It is not inherited. It is not animatable. Version is CSS. Now let's see the syntax. Border image, ratio of source slice, width, outset, repeat. Initial, inherit. Now let's see the property values. Border image source, the path to the image to be used as a border. Border image slice, how to slice the border image. Border image width, the width of the border image. Border image outset, the amount by which the border image area extends beyond the border box. Border image repeat, whether the border image should be repeated, rounded or stretched. Initial, sets this property to its default value. Inherit, inherits this property from its parent element. So guys, an important note, it's a good practice to use a very small image for image border because of two reasons. One, it saves a lot of space as compared to bigger images. Two, you can use a border image property to use it around the element. Now it's time for an example. Here we have two P elements having bordering 1 and bordering 2 IDs respectively. We have created ID selectors for these elements. In the ID selector, we have set border 10 pixel solid transparent for the first P element and border, 10 pixel solid transparent for the second P element. Then we are setting the border image URL 30 round. Here the image styles to fill the area The image is rescaled if necessary to avoid dividing tiles. Border image URL border.png 30 stretch. Here the image is stretched to fill the area. So let's see the output. Great. The image as a border has been displayed on the screen. Here two types are displayed. After that we have displayed the original image. So this is it. Practice all the examples on your own. It'll be easier for you to work with the concept if you do that. I can't wait to see you in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back. For a website's feel and look, the background is very important. With CSS, we can do a lot of things with our website's background. Today we are going to see how to use multiple backgrounds in the website. But first let's see an overview of today's topic. CSS background is one of the most used CSS properties. However, using multiple backgrounds is still not well known across all developers. I'll hugely focus on the potential of using multiple backgrounds and leverage CSS to its full power. I will also explain the background image property in detail and provide a visual explainer on how we can stack multiple backgrounds and the actual benefit of it. Of course, there will be some examples, so you're in for a treat. In this video, you will learn how to add multiple background images to one element. You will also learn about these properties: background size, background origin, background clip. So let's get started. CSS allows you to add multiple background images for an element through the background image property. The different background images are separated by commas and the images are stacked on top of each other where the first image is closest to the viewer. So let's see an example to understand that. In this example, we have two images which we have applied to the background of our page. Background position specifies the position of both the images. We are setting the images at right bottom, left top. That means the first image is a flower aligned to the bottom and right. And the second image is of a solid background color aligned to the top left corner. First image is on repeat and the second one we have set is on no repeat. So let's see the output. Great. Two images have been applied to the background successfully. In the previous example, we set the CSS properties in the ID selectors like this. But we can specify these properties as background shorthand property. Let's see how we can do that. Guys, here we have specified all the properties in one shorthand background property. Output is going to be the same, but wasn't that time-saving and easy too? At first, it does look a little hard, but when you practice, it becomes easy. So now let's move to our next concept. CSS background size. The CSS background size property allows you to specify the size of background images. The size can be specified in lengths, percentages, or by using one of the two keywords, contain or cover. Here we have created two divs and set the same background image to both of them. But there is a difference. So guys, the difference is in the size of both the images. In the ID of the first div, we have set background size 100 pixel, 80 pixel to the first image. We've kept the second one as it is. Using background size property, you can set the size of the background image however you want. So let's see the output. And as you can see, there are two divs on the screen. In the first one, we've set the background size property to 100 pixel and 80 pixel. And in the second div, the image has been displayed as it is. And as I said earlier, the two other possible values for background size are contain and cover. The contain keyword scales the background image to be as large as possible, but both its width and its height must fit inside the content area. As such, depending on the proportions of the background image and the background positioning area, there may be some areas of the background which are not covered by the background image. The cover keyword scales the background image so that the content area is completely covered by the background image. Both its width and height are equal to or exceed the content area. As such, some parts of the background image may not be visible in the background positioning area. Let's see an example to understand this. In this example, we have created 3 divs and set the same background image to each one of them. In the first div, we have set background size, contain. That means its height and width will fit the content area no matter what. In the second div, we have set the background size, cover. That means the image will cover all the background area. In the third div, we have set normal height and width to the image, and at the end we are displaying the original image. So guys, let us see the output now. In the first div, the whole image has fit inside the area. That's why some of the background is not covered with the image. In the next div, we have set the size to cover. That's why it's the exceeding content area. Third div has the image with a 120 pixel height and 150 pixel width. And at the end, we have displayed the original image. So in this way, we can set your background image according to your website. This is it for today, guys. Here's an assignment for you as well. Create a div and apply 2 images in the background. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please practice each and every example. The multiple background concept does not stop here. I'm going to meet you in the next lecture with more fun topics to cover. Goodbye and stay tuned. Hello and welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we started an interesting concept of CSS, which was multiple backgrounds. We learned how to set multiple images at the background, how to change the background size, etc. In this lecture, we are going to learn some more fun topics related to this concept. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Full-size background image. Now we want to have a background image on a website that covers the entire browser window at all times. The requirements are: fill the entire page with the image, no white space. Scale image as needed. Center image on page. Do not cause scroll bars. Now let's see an example and understand how to do it. Use the HTML element. The element is always at least the height of the browser window. Then set a fixed and centered background on it. Then adjust its size with the background size property. On the body tag, we have set the margin 0 and some font family. Then we have set the image center and no repeat. Background size is cover. Height of the image is 500%. Then the position is absolute. After that, we have set some CSS properties on the text of the page. Let's see the output. Voila! Isn't it looking great? The background image enhances the look of the page. Next is CSS background origin property. The CSS background origin property specifies where the background image is positioned. The property takes 3 different values. Border box. The background image starts from the upper left corner of the border. Padding box. The background image starts from the upper left corner of the padding edge. Context box. The background image starts from the upper left corner of the content. Now let's see an example. In this example, we have 3 divs having the same background image, but we have set different background origin to each one of them. Border, padding, etc. are the same for all the images. In the first div, we do not have any origin property. That means it will display as a padding box. It will start at the upper left corner of the padding edge. In the second div, the origin property is set to border box. That means the image will start from the upper left corner of the border. In the third div, we have set the origin property to context box. The image will start from the upper left corner of the content. Now let's see the output. The first image does not have any origin property, so it started at the upper left corner of the padding edge. Remember the difference between border box and content box. In the border box, image starts at the upper left corner of the border and the image of the content box starts at the upper left corner of the content. Now, let us move on to our next property of the background. The CSS background clip property specifies the painting area of the background. The property takes three different values. Border box. The background is painted to the outside edge of the border. Padding box. The background is painted to the outside edge of the padding. Content box. The background is painted within the content box. Now let's see an example. Here we are using yellow color to show the painting area. Border is applied to the divs to understand this concept in a better way. And as I said earlier, if we do not specify any background clip property, the border box will be applied. In the second div, we have applied padding box, and on the third div, we have applied content box. Now let's see the output. Since we did not apply any origin property to the div, you can see the first div's background color starts from the border, second starts from inside the border, and the third one is content box. So it starts with the content. So after learning these background properties, I'm pretty sure you have a lot of designing ideas in your mind. So who's stopping you? Use these properties however you want. I'll meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hello guys, welcome to this course. CS is such an amazing and interesting way to beautify our website's content, right? You can use a variety of things to make your website attractive and make your brand more presentable. So today, we are going to learn some keywords which you can use in your website. Color is an important aspect of life, and gladly CSS allows us to use a variety of beautiful colors. And colors are very important to give a good look and feel to your website. Colors in CSS can be specified by these methods. Hexadecimal colors. Hexadecimal colors with transparency. RGB colors, RGBA colors, HSL colors, HSLA colors. Predefined or cross-browser color names. You've studied these methods in the CSS color session. Go through that video again to revise your concept. Alright, beside these methods, we can use some keywords also, like transparent, current color, and inherit. Now let us see the first keyword, transparent. The transparent keyword can be used anywhere a color value is accepted. This allows you to set items to transparent so that any background element will show through. For example, to set a transparent background, do this. Background color, transparent. Note that transparent is the initial value for the background color property, so you often won't need to specify this. However, sometimes you do need to explicitly set the background to transparent. For example, you will need to set an element to transparent if its background color is currently an opaque color, that is not transparent. Now let's see an example. Here we are using a yellow colored background image. We have created two divs. On the first div, we have applied the light green color. On the second div, we have applied the transparent keyword. We have applied some borders to the divs as well. Now let's see the output. Since we have applied transparent, the yellow image is visible through the second div. Now the next keyword is current color. The CSS current color keyword can be used to refer to the current value of the color property. The current color property allows you to use the current value of the color property without writing the actual color value. This means you can write the value once, but use it in multiple places. If you need to change the color, you only need to do it in one place. That is on the color property. All the current color references will automatically use the new color. Now let's see an example. The current color keyword refers to the current value of the color property of an element. Here we have set the color to blue and used it by using current color keyword. Let's see the output. The div element has a blue text color and a blue border. Now let's see the last keyword, the inherit keyword. The inherit keyword specifies that a property should inherit its value from its parent element. The inherit keyword can be used for any CSS property and on any HTML element. Now let's see an example of this. Here we have used inline CSS as well as internal CSS. First, we have applied the border 2-pixel solid red to the first div and applied the inherit keyword to the span element. In the div, we have used the span tag. So all the CSS properties of the parent div element will be applied to the content of the span element. Just like that, we have applied a border to the second div. Since we have used element selector to apply the inherit keyword on the span element, so the second span element will also have the CSS properties of its parent element. Now let's see the output. You can see some words of the div have the same CSS properties like parent div. In the first div, the dotted border is applied to both of the div and span element. Just like that, the red colored border is applied to both of the elements in the second div. So that was the CSS color keywords. Now here is an assignment for you. Create a P element and apply text color red and use inherit keyword to span element. Welcome to this span website, Span P. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back. Lots of 90s trends are back in style. Crop tops, chokers, even scrunchies. And there's one trend that's taking the design world by storm that would feel right at home in 1995. And that's gradients. Today we are going to learn an interesting concept, that is CSS gradients. CSS allows us to use three types of gradients. Linear gradients goes down, up, left, right, diagonally. Radial gradients defined by their center. Conic gradients rotated around a center point. So, do you know what gradients are? Alright, let me explain that in detail. A few decades back, gradients were a popular way to add color and depth to designs. They remained a fairly prominent design trend until the late 2000s, when they took a backseat to flat design. But gradients came back in a big way in 2018, and we see them everywhere. They are a way to enhance flat designs, a design update known as Flat 2.0. It adds color overlay to photos and adds texture to backgrounds. Guess what? The gradient trend is showing no sign of slowing down in 2021. Gradients, also known as color transitions, are a gradual blending from one color to another color. Or if you're in a colorful mood, from one color to another color and to another color. Gradients aren't limited to two shades. Gradients can blend or transition similar colors. Gradients can blend or transition similar colors. So, for example, different shades of blue or a light orange to a dark red, or completely different or contrasting colors like purple, red, blue, and yellow. Gradients are versatile. They are a solid choice for pretty much any design medium under the sun. So here are some examples of gradient trend in action. Logos. Gradients add a unique feel to your logo that helps you stand out from your competitors. And because your logo acts as a face of your brand, it's a fantastic way to incorporate your brand color palette in an innovative and visible way. Try incorporating bold colors for an in-your-face feel or softer colors for a more subtle effect. Now, here's the example of a gradient logo on your screen. Packaging. You want your packaging to jump off the shelves, and gradients are the way to do it. The key to using gradients as a background element in packaging. Make sure it fits with your brand. If you're designing packaging for an in-your-face new product targeted towards extreme sports enthusiasts, something bold and daring like a neon gradient photo overlay or a loud color palette will hit the mark. If you're going for a more soft and subtle feel, let's say for a new face wash, a single hue gradient or a palette that leverages pastel shades is probably a better bet. So now is the example of a gradient packaging on your screen. Web design. There are a ton of opportunities to incorporate the gradient trend into your web design. Seriously, a ton. You can use a combination of soft colors for a subtle background. You can add a fun, funky vibe with a photo overlay. You can make a big impact without being visually overwhelming by adding a gradient with bold colors to design accents. When it comes to gradients in web design, pretty much anything goes. So take advantage of the smorgasbord of opportunities and incorporate this trend into your web design. Now let's talk about apps. In a sea of apps, you need to find a way to stand out. And whether you use it in your marketing materials, in your app's background, or as a UI element or accent, gradients are a great way to do it. Depending on which colors you choose, you can set the mood for your app. Bold colors for an energetic feel, pastels for a calming experience. Now, here's an example of an app design you can use. Print materials. Business cards, book covers, and posters. Print materials are a fantastic opportunity to bring the gradient trend to life, literally. You can incorporate a gradient logo, use a subtle color combination as a background, which will help your text pop, or use it as an accent in an illustration. The possibilities are endless. Now, how to make gradients work for you? Choose the right colors. The most important aspect of a gradient trend is the colors you choose. In order for the gradient trend to look well designed, you have to either choose colors that are a similar shade and hue. For example, a gradient that fades from light blue to dark blue, or colors that work together according to color theory. So complementary colors, like colors that are opposite of each other on the color wheel, analogous colors, 3 colors side by side on the color wheel, or triadic colors, 3 colors spaced equally apart on the color wheel. And it's also important to choose colors that are aligned with the kind of feeling and emotional response you're trying to evoke in your audience. Do you want people to feel calm and serene when they visit your website? A gradient that fades from a soft green to blue will do the trick. Do you want people to be in the right state of mind to buy? Go with bolder colors like red or orange that can get people revved up to shop. Color psychology is a powerful thing. So make sure you keep it in mind when choosing colors for your gradient. But gradients have to be used wisely. Now, like we said, gradients are versatile. You can use them to add depth to a flat design, to add visual interest to a solid color background as an overlay. The list goes on and on. But just because they are versatile doesn't mean all the gradients should be your new design motto. Just like any trend, when it comes to gradients, less is probably more. Keep the design simple. Don't go overboard. You should be using gradients, but make sure you're using them wisely. Know your audience. Now, if you want your gradients to have the right effect, you need to really know your audience and what kind of designs they are going to respond to. For example, if you're marketing to a group of more traditional business people, a neon pink or yellow gradient probably isn't going to be your best bet. So, know your audience and then choose the right gradient. The colors, how you incorporate them into your design, and whether you take a loud or quieter approach. And now that you have understood the ins and outs of gradients, you have everything you need to incorporate this design into your web designs. In the next lecture, we are going to learn the first type of gradients, CSS linear gradients. Till then, stay tuned. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned about the gradients in detail. As I said in the previous lecture, CSS allows us to use 3 types of gradients. And the first gradient is CSS linear gradient. In this lecture, we are going to learn the CSS linear gradient with some interesting examples. So let's start. In CSS, we can use the background color property to set the background color of an element to a specific color. Sometimes we want to add more styling to the element. When setting the background color by using the linear gradient property, CSS linear gradient property lets you display smooth transitions between two or more colors. Let's see the syntax. Background image, linear gradient, direction, color 1, color 2. Now let's have a look at the parameters of the syntax. Direction, specify the direction of the transition. The default value is 180 degree if not specified. Color 1, specify the first color. Color 2, specify the second color. Now let's see an example of direction, top to bottom. This is default. Here we are using the red background color for browsers that do not support gradients. Height of the div is 200 pixel. We are setting background image. Linear gradient, red, yellow. This means we are setting the red and yellow color transition to the div. For that, we are using linear gradient function. Now let's see the output. Here we go. The gradient is looking really beautiful. So I hope you got the idea of how to create a gradient. Now let's change the direction of transition and let's start from left. Here we are using the red background color for browsers that do not support gradients. Height of the div is 200 pixel. We are setting background image, linear gradients to right, red, yellow. This means we are setting the red and yellow color transition to the div. For that, we are using linear gradient function, and the transition is going to start from the left to right. Now let's see the output. Great! Direction has changed from left to right. This linear gradient starts red at the left, transitioning to yellow. Now let's move on to the next type of transition. Using angles. If you want more control over the direction of the gradient, you can define an angle instead of the predefined directions. To bottom, to top, to right, to left, to bottom right, etc. A value of 0 degree is equivalent to top. A value of 90 degree is equivalent to right. A value of 180 degree is equivalent to bottom. Now let's see the syntax. Background image, linear gradient, angle, color, stop 1, color, stop 2. The next example shows how to use angles or linear gradients. Here we have 4 divs. We have set different degrees of transitions in each div. We have set the transition of red to yellow to 0 degree. That means bottom to top for the first div. We have set the transition of red to yellow to 90 degree. That means left to right for the second div. We have set the transition of red to yellow to 180 degree. That means top to bottom for the third div. We have set the transition of the red to yellow to minus 90 degree. That means right to left for the last div. Let's see the output. Great. All the divs are displayed accurately. Bottom to top for the first div, left to right for the second div, top to bottom for the third div, right to left for the last div. Now let's create a rainbow background. I'm so excited for this, Let's dive into the code. We have a div. In that div, we are setting some CSS properties on text. In the ID selector, we are setting the colors of the rainbow. I'm sure you all know the sequence of rainbow colors, right? It is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And the direction of the transition is to the right. So guys, it's time to see a rainbow. Voila! Isn't it beautiful? All colors are displayed perfectly. You can use this type of background when you want your brand to look vibrant on the website. Next type is using transparency. CSS gradients also support transparency, which can be used to create fading effects. To add transparency, we use the RGBA function to define the color stops. The last parameter in the RGBA function can be a value from 0 to 1, and it defines the transparency of the color. 0 indicates full transparency, 1 indicates full color to transparency. Let's see the example. Here we are setting the red color using the RGBA function. RGBA 255,000 indicates full transparency and RGBA 255,001 indicates full color. And now we are setting the direction left to right. That means transparent to the left and not transparent at all at the right. Let's see the output. Great. The transparency has been applied successfully. So this is it for the linear gradient, guys. Here's an assignment now. Apply transparency to the green colored gradient. I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Today's accomplishments were yesterday's impossibilities, said Robert H. Schuller. A motivational speaker, Robert Schuller inspires people to consider how the work they put in today will show up for them tomorrow. Hi and welcome, I'm Aditi. You all know we are learning about the gradient types in CSS. In the last lecture, we went through beautiful and colorful examples of CSS linear gradients. Now, do you remember the second type we discussed in the gradient introduction session? If you do, that's great. And if you don't worry, I'll tell you. The second type is CSS radial gradients. In this session, we are going to learn about the second gradient type in CSS. So let's dive in. Radial gradients are pretty cool. It's amazing that we can paint the background of an element with them so easily. Easily is a relative term though. It's certainly easier than needing to create a graphic in third-party software to use as a background, and the syntax is highly learnable. But it's also not that easy to remember if you don't use it often. It is more complicated than linear gradient. A radial gradient is defined by its center. To create a radial gradient, you must also define at least two color steps. Let us see the syntax. Background image. Radial gradient, shape size at position, start color, last color. By default, shape is ellipse, size is farthest corner, position is center. Let's see the first example. This example shows a radial gradient with evenly spaced color stops. Here the height and width of the div is 150 pixel and 200 pixel respectively. We are using the red background color for browsers that do not support gradients. We are using radial gradients to set the gradient. Red, yellow, green are the colors of the gradient. Now let's see the output. Gradient is looking really great. Red, yellow, green are visible. The next type is radial gradient, differently spaced color stops. This example shows a radial gradient with differently spaced color stops. We have to specify the percentage of the colors to make different color stops. Here we are specifying 5% red, 15% yellow, 60% green. Let's see the output. Great. You can see the different color stops in the gradient properly. Sometimes we want some colors in a particular amount of percentage. Then we can use this type of gradient. Now the next one is set shape. The shape parameter defines a shape. It can take the value circle or ellipse. The default value is ellipse. Let's see the example. In this example, there are two divs. We are setting the height and width 150 pixel and 200 pixel respectively. We are specifying two shapes for the divs gradients. For the first div, we are setting background image radial gradient red, yellow, green. We have not specified any shape. That means the default shape will be applied, and that is ellipse. The colors are red, yellow and green. On the second div, we have applied a circle and the colors are the same. Now let's see the output. You can see the first shape is an ellipse. The second one seems like a circle. Wasn't that cool? Well, we'll wrap up this lecture now, and here's an assignment for you. Create a circle-shaped radial gradient. Colors purple, pink, red. Looking forward to meeting you in the next one. Goodbye, take care. Hello and welcome back. I know you guys are loving this gradient concept so far. I'm having fun too teaching this concept to you. So we have learned what gradients are, what linear and radial gradients are so far. I know you've already guessed. In this lecture, we are going to learn about the last topic of the gradients, and that is CSS conic gradients. I'm pretty sure you're going to love this gradient type and implement it somewhere in your website's design for brighter look and feel. So without any further ado, let's get started with the last type. A conic gradient is a gradient with color transitions rotated around a center point. If you have used other types of gradients before, then the format will be quite familiar. The simplest format involves a start and end color. To create a conic gradient, you must define at least two colors. Let us see the syntax. By default, angle is 0 degree and position is center. If no degree is specified, the colors will be spread equally around the center point. Now let us see the three colored gradients example. You just need to specify the function of the type of gradient you want. Here we are specifying a conic gradient function to display a conic gradient. And the colors are red, yellow, green. Let's see the output. I hope you know now what a conic gradient is. It's like having a shape of a cone in the center. All the colors are displayed, red, yellow, and green. Now let's see the next example using 5 colors. This is going to look more vibrant because here we are specifying not 3, not 4, but 5 colors, which are red, yellow, green, blue, and black. We have to use the conic gradient function. We are specifying the colors like this. Background image, conic gradient, red, yellow, green, blue, and black. Let's see the output. Great! 5 colors have been displayed in the conic manner. So just like other types, we can display the conic gradients colors using degrees. Let's see the example. Background image, conic gradient, red, 45 degree, yellow, 90 degree, green, 210 degree. Sets the color degrees. We have set the degrees of colors like 45 degree for red, 90 degree for yellow, and 210 degrees for green. Now let's see the output. You can see the percentage of the colors are different in the gradient because we have set the degrees for each one of them. We can change the center position in this type of gradient. Now let's see the example. Conic gradients do not have to start at the center of their container. They support the at property to specify where the center of the gradient should be. You must specify the x and y coordinates in percentages. Currently, the polyfill does not support at. So if your browser does not natively support conic gradients yet, this example will not look correct. And beware if you're also using the from property. You must not add a comma between it and at. Now let's see the example. So here we are setting the x and y coordinates at 60%, 45%. The colors are red, yellow, green. Now let's see the output. You can see we have changed the center position of the gradient. So this is it for this gradient. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Here's an assignment for you. Create conic gradients with these colors, purple, yellow, and pink. Looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hello and welcome back. When you visit a website, you must have seen some elements with shadow effects on them. I surely understand the importance of the shadow effect in elements. Speaking honestly, shadows are considered as a distracting element for any element. But if you know how to play with them, shadows can turn out to be a great advantage. When applied the right way, shadow effects make a powerful storytelling tool. Shadows affect how we perceive object relationships, motion, and depth. In addition, shadow effects add a touch of realism to the elements. This is the reason why shadow effects are a key area to master when creating lifelike web design. Shadows add richness to the tone and shading of a scene. It is a glue that ties all elements together. Without shadows, we cannot tell the position of an object in a space because shadows influence the perception of the audience in 3D visualizations. From a viewer's perspective, shadows help determine the relative position of the object and its size in a scene. Shadow effects eliminate the ambiguity of a sliding object's trajectory. Thanks to shadow effects, viewers are able to understand the geometry of a complex receiver. Finally, shadow effects work as visual cues that help viewers determine the geometry of a complex occlude. Shadows could also expose occluded geometry as well as the geometry that's out of view. So in this session, we are going to see examples of shadow effects on the text. It's going to be fun, trust me. The CSS text shadow property applies shadow to text. In its simplest use, you only specify the horizontal shadow, 2 pixel, and the vertical shadow, 2 pixel. You can see the example on your screen. You can apply multiple text shadows by comma separation. You can see the example on your screen here. The first two values specify the length of the shadow offset. The first value specifies the horizontal distance and the second specifies the vertical distance of the shadow. The third value specifies the blur radius and the last value describes the color of the shadow. Value is equal to the x coordinate. Value is equal to the y coordinate. Value is equal to the blur radius. Value is equal to the color of the shadow. Using positive numbers, the first two values end up with placing the shadow to the right of the text horizontally, first value, and placing the shadow below the text vertically, second value. The third value, the blur radius, is an optional value which can be specified but don't have to. It's the amount of pixels the text is stretched which causes a blur effect. Now if you don't use a third value, it is treated as if you specified a blur radius of 0. Let's see a simple example and understand. In this example, we have H1 element having some content. In the element selector H1, we are setting the text shadow 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 2 pixel, blue. Your x coordinate is 2 pixel, y coordinate is 2 pixel, blur radius is 2 pixel, and the color of the shadow is blue. Let's see the output. Great. The shadow effect is on point. Now, let's see the next property. Multiple shadows. To add more than one shadow to the text, you can add a comma-separated list of shadows. Let's see the example. Here, we are using the text shadow with red and blue neon glow. We have created an H1 element on which we are applying these effects. Let's see the output. Wow, it's looking so cool, isn't it? You can use any color you want. So this is it for now. In the next lecture, we learn about box shadow property. Here is an assignment for you. Create a P element and apply pink shadow to it. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. This was fun. Let's make the next lecture fun too. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back, guys. As you all know, we are learning about shadows' effect on different elements. In the previous lecture, we learned how to apply shadows on the text. We learned different parameters of the property. In this lecture, we are going to learn about the CSS box shadows. We'll start with the fun part soon, I promise. But first, I want to take a step back and talk about why shadows exist in CSS and how we can use them to maximum effect. Shadows imply elevation, and bigger shadows imply more elevation. If we use shadows strategically, we can create the illusion of depth. as if different elements on the page are floating above the background at different levels. So let us get started with box shadows. The box shadow property in CSS is for putting shadows on elements, sometimes referred to as drop shadows, aka Photoshop Figma. The syntax is the horizontal offset. Positive means a shadow will be on the right of the box. A negative offset will put the shadow on the left of the box. The vertical offset, a negative one, means the box shadow will be above the box. A positive one means the shadow will be below the box. The blur radius required, if set to 0, the shadow will be sharp. The higher the number, the more blurred it will be, and further out the shadow will extend. For instance, a shadow with 5 pixel of horizontal offset that also has a 5 pixel blur radius will be 10 pixel of total shadow. The spread radius, which is optional. Positive values increase the size of the shadow. Negative values decrease the size. Default is 0. The shadow is the same size as blur. Color required takes any color value like hex, named, RGBA or HSLA. If the color value is omitted, box shadows are drawn in the foreground color, text color. But be aware, older WebKit browsers, pre-Chrome 20 and Safari 6, ignore the rule when the color is omitted. Using a semi-transparent color like RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.4 is most common and has a nice effect, as it doesn't completely opaquely cover what it's over, but allow what's underneath to show through a bit like a real shadow. Now let's see some simple examples. In this example, we have created a div, and in the element selector div, we are applying some properties to it. Height and width are 100 and 300 pixel. The padding is 15 pixel. Background color is yellow. Box shadow 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 5 pixel, 10 pixel. Gray indicates that the horizontal and the vertical offsets are 10 pixel. Then the blur radius is 5 pixel. After that, we have set the spread radius to 10 pixel. It is optional. And at the end, the color is gray. Now let us see the output. As you can see, the box shadow has been displayed and all the properties have been applied successfully. Now the next property is setting the inset parameter. The inset parameter changes the shadow from an outer shadow outset to an inner shadow. Let's see the example. Here we are specifying box shadow 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 5 pixel gray inset. That indicates the horizontal and vertical offsets are 10 pixel. Then the blur radius is 5 pixel. Color is gray. Then we are setting the inset parameter to make the shadow appear inside the box. Let's see the output. Wow, the shadow has been displayed inside the div and all the other CSS properties are successfully applied. So this is how we can apply shadow to the box element. I hope you got a clear idea of how to apply shadows to the elements. So before wrapping up the lecture, here's an assignment. Create a div and apply a red colored shadow to it. Can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back, guys. When we add text to our websites, it becomes really important to add the correct effects to the correct texts. When someone visits your website, they don't care much about the graphics. They just go through the textual content. This is because texts are the major source of information. So while creating content for your website, you should take care of balancing the graphics and text. This is where text effects come into play. It's all about adjusting the text within the design while creating powerful content. It provides an attractive appearance and preserves the aesthetic value of your content. It plays a vital role in setting the overall tone of your website and ensures a great user experience. It is an art of arranging all the contents of your website, giving a feel to it, and presenting the information in a professional way. So if you're a web designer, then you should give the text effects some priority. Now, here are the 8 reasons that I'm going to list as to why you should use text effects. It is a medium of communication. It attracts the readers. It holds the audience's attention. It conveys a certain mood or feeling. It establishes an information hierarchy. It helps to create harmony. It reflects professionalism. It creates and builds recognition. I hope now you're eager to learn about some text effects that you can apply when it comes to developing a website. In this section, we learn about these properties: text overflow, word wrap. So let's learn them one by one. First is text overflow, as I just said. The text overflow property in CSS deals with situations where text is clipped when it overflows the elements box. It can be clipped, that is, cut off, hidden, display an ellipsis, Unicode range value U plus 2026, or display an author-defined string. No current browser support for author-defined strings. Note that text overflow only occurs when the container's overflow property has a value hidden, scroll, or auto, and white space, no wrap. Text overflow can only happen on block or inline block level elements because the element needs to have a width in order to be overflowed. The overflow happens in the direction as determined by the direction property or related attributes. Now, setting overflow to scroll or auto will display scroll bars to reveal the additional text, while hidden will not. The hidden text can be selected by selecting the ellipsis. Let's see a simple example. Here we have created 2 P elements having some overflowing content. We are setting the overflow property to hidden and white space to no wrap. Then we are setting the border of the P element to 1 pixel solid #000000. For the first P element, we are setting text overflow to clip, and for the second P element, we are setting the text overflow to ellipsis. Now, let's see the output. So in these elements, we can see the content does not fit. We have applied clip to the first and ellipsis to the second. So in these elements, we can see the content does not fit. We have applied clip to the first and ellipsis to the second. The next one is word wrap. CSS word wrap property is used to break the long words and wrap on to the next line. This property is used to prevent overflow when an unbreakable string is too long to fit in the containing box. This property defines the breaks in the word to avoid the overflow when a word is too long to fit in the container. It specifies the breaking of words when the content exceeds the container's boundary. Now, let's see the syntax. Word wrap. Normal, break word, initial, inherit. Values, normal. It is the default value that is used to break words only at allowed breakpoints. Break word. It's used to break the unbreakable words. Initial, it's used to set the property to its default value. Inherit, it inherits a property from its parent element. Now let's see the example. Here we have created a class test, and in that class we are defining some CSS properties. We have set the word wrap property to break word. Then we have assigned the class to the paragraph. The paragraphs have very long words, as you can see here. When we apply the word wrap property to word break, it'll break the word and it'll start at the new line. Let us see the output. As you can see on the screen, the content has very long word. Since we have applied the word wrap property to word break, the long words are breaking and starting from the new line. So this is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to learn about the remaining text effects. Till then, I hope you understood everything. I'm looking forward to see you. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned about two types of CSS text effects. You all know why text effects are so important for your web design or brand. Because you want your text to evoke positive emotions and provide easy readability at the same time. Now, the main reason that people visit a website is to read text. Whether this means finding information about the company or reading your content, the words on your website matter. So the way in which you present these words should hold equal importance. Each website must convey the intent and emotion of the business to its visitors. And in a digital world, the easiest way to do that is through text content. Your text content is personal and can be used as an extension of a brand. Now, it is important to pick a correct text effect that is appropriate for your website's text content, but also one that complements your branding. So in this session, we are going to learn about the remaining text effects, which is word break and writing mode. So let's start. Word break property. The word break property in CSS can be used to change when line breaks ought to occur. Normally, line breaks in text can only occur in certain spaces, like when there is a space or there is a hyphen. Now, let us see the values. Normal. Use the default rules for word breaking. Break all. Any word or letter can break onto the next line. Keep all. Now, for Chinese, Japanese, and Korean text words are not broken. Otherwise, this is same as normal. This property is also often used in conjunction with the hyphens property, so that when breaks occur, a hyphen is inserted, as per the standard in books. Using these properties on the universal selector can be useful if you have a site with a lot of user-generated content, although it can look weird on titles and performated text. Now let's see an example. Here we have two P elements. In the classes test1 and test2, we are specifying the word break property. For the first P element, we are setting it to keep all. And for the second, we are setting it to break all. Now let's see the output. The content of the first P element breaks at the hyphens. And the content of the second P element is breaking at characters when there is no room for them. Now let's move on to our next property, writing mode. The writing mode property changes the alignment of the text so that it can be read from top to bottom or from left to right, depending on the language. The CSS writing mode property specifies whether lines of text are laid out horizontally or vertically. Now, this is most useful in languages such as Chinese, Japanese, or Korean, where the text is often set vertically. In the English language, it's more likely that you will want to use this property for aesthetics reason, such as aligning a heading in a block of text. Now, values. Horizontal TB. This is the default value of the property. Text is read from left to right and from top to bottom. Vertical RL. Text is read from right to left and top to bottom. Vertical LR. Text is read from left to right and top to bottom. Let's see an example. In this example, we have three P elements having some text content. We created three classes, test1, test2, test3. For the first P element, we have set the writing mode to horizontal TB. We have set the second class to the span element having the writing mode, vertical RL. In the test3, we have set the writing mode, vertical RL2. Let's see the output. So the first P element is displayed in a normal way. Text is read from left to right. We have applied span tag to the words vertical RL as well as writing mode is vertical RL. That is why the letters of the words are top to bottom. Same with the third P elements. The words are displayed top to bottom. So this is it for today, guys. Now here's an assignment for you. Apply vertical LR to the text of the P element. I can't wait to meet in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hi and welcome back. When we create any website, choosing the right font becomes really important. When we create it in the right way, a typeface should deliver the right emotions to the reader and set the tone that will bring the words to life, whilst reflecting the industry it is intended for. So instead of an image, we use a font as a visual interpretation of the words on the page, and this can enable them to be read with the feelings that they are intended. For example, can you think of the amount of times you have written an email or sent a text and the words have been misinterpreted? In person, we can use our tone of voice, hand gestures, and a simple smile to reiterate the message we are saying. But with flat words on a page, we need a bit more than that. A simple script font can look great on fancy documents, such as invitations. But use the same font on a children's menu, and it can not only look out of place, but also may not be readable if there's too much text. When we design and need to pick a font to use, we should ask ourselves what message we are trying to portray. We view a font on a piece of work and make a judgment of it. Therefore, if the font is just right, then it makes the work seem more professional and help gain the trust of the reader. A good font can also help when the subject matter is uninteresting and might be just what is needed to help the reader want to read what is written. Whereas different font weights can really help in getting your message out there. Even though it's great to have different fonts, there is a written rule that you should only use a maximum of 3 typefaces in one piece of work. Any more can take away the emphasis of what the words are saying to say and could end up confusing the reader. These fonts should complement each other, but at the same time not be too similar, as it could end up looking messy and confuse an otherwise successful brand identity. Sometimes we need some fonts to style our text, but we don't have them in our computer. That would be a problem, isn't it? So in this lecture, we are going to learn a solution for that problem. The CSS font face rule. Web fonts allow web designers to use fonts that are not installed on the user's computer. When you have found or bought the font you wish to use, just include the font file on your web server, and it will be automatically downloaded to the user when needed. Your own fonts are defined within the CSS font face rule. Different font formats. TrueType is a font standard developed in the late 1980s by Apple and Microsoft. TrueType is the most common font format for both the Mac OS and Microsoft Windows operating systems. OpenType fonts. This is a format for scalable computer fonts. It was built on TrueType and is a registered trademark of Microsoft. OpenType fonts are used commonly today on the major computer platforms. The Web Open Font Format. WOFF is a font format for use in web pages. It was developed in 2009 and now is a W3C recommendation. WOFF is essentially OpenType or TrueType with compression and additional metadata. The goal is to support font distribution from a server to a client over a network with bandwidth constraints. The Web Open Font Format 2.0. Now that provides better compression than WOFF 1.0. SVG fonts or shapes. These fonts allow SVG to be used as glyphs when displaying text. The SVG 1.1 specification defines a font module that allows the creation of fonts within an SVG document. You can also apply CSS to SVG documents, and the font face rule can be applied to text in SVG documents. Embedded OpenType fonts. Now these type of fonts are a compact form of OpenType fonts designed by Microsoft for use as embedded fonts on web pages. Using the font you want. In the font face rule, first define a name for the font and then point to the font file. Always use lowercase letters for the font URL. Uppercase letters can give unexpected results in IE. For example, here we have to download the fonts and set them to our HTML document using src and name of the font family. While font face is excellent for fonts that are hosted on our web servers, there may be situations where a hosted font solution is better. You could link to the same asset as you would any other CSS file in the HTML document rather than in the CSS. Using the same example from Google Fonts, this is what we would use. Google Fonts offered this as a way to use their fonts. Now let us see an example of using links to load the Open Sans font from Google Fonts. Here we have linked a bunch of links to a Google font which we want in our page. And after that we have specified the names of the specific fonts like this. Font family, Open Sans, Sans Scent. Let's see the output. Wow, the font has been applied to the text and it looks great. So here we'll wrap up the lecture. That's all for now. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. Everything you've ever wanted is on the other side of fear. George Adair. Fear is powerful. It often bears the facade of protection, keeping us from doing things that may harm us. But sometimes the real harm comes from the inaction that fear enables. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we are going to learn about some interesting transformations. Gone are the days of using Flash and GIF images for creating animated graphics. It's time to show off some of the best CSS3 capabilities. CSS3 Transform has been here in the web for quite some time now. Browsers like Mozilla, Google Chrome, and Opera have full support from CSS3 2D and 3D transform techniques. Transformation means changing some graphics into something else by applying rules. We can have various types of transformations, such as translation, scaling up or down, rotation, shearing, etc. When transformation takes place on a 2D plane, it's called 2D transformation. Now let's get started with the first type of transform, and that is 2D transform. The first question which might strike your mind is, why do we need CSS3 transforms for animations and graphics? Well, the answer is very simple: faster web pages. Yes, CSS animations are extremely light when compared with heavy GIF images and Flash content. And to add to it, Google does not rate Flash content highly in terms of SEO score. What if the animation used in your site was also read by robots and search engines? Wouldn't that be an extra added feature from your SEO point of view? With CSS3 2D transform feature, you can perform basic transform manipulations such as move, rotate, scale, skew on elements in a two-dimensional space. A transformed element doesn't affect the surrounding elements, but can overlap them, just like the absolutely positioned elements. However, the transformed element still takes space in the layout at its default, untransformed location. The CSS3 transform property uses the transform functions to manipulate the coordinate system used by an element in order to apply the transformation effect. Now, let us see some methods of 2D transform. First is translate. Don't be clouded with the term translate. It will not translate foreign language. The translate here is actually a method of moving elements in some direction. The method contains two values, x and y. The x value will take the element horizontally to the left or to the right, while the y value will take it vertically to the bottom or to the top. Now, an example. Here we have created a div having 300 pixel width and 100 pixel height. Background color is yellow. We have set the transform property to translate 50 pixel, 100 pixel. That means it will move 50 pixels to the right and 100 pixels down from its current position. Now let's see the output. So the div has been moved 50 pixels to the right and 100 pixels down from its current position. The next property is rotate. The rotate method uses polar coordinates, so the value is stated in degrees. The rotate method rotates an element clockwise or counterclockwise according to a given degree. Let's see an example. We have a div here and we are applying the rotate method on the div. We have specified transform, rotate 20 degree in the ID selector. 20 degrees will rotate the div clockwise 20 degrees. Now let's see the output. So you can see the div element has rotated clockwise 20 degrees. Next is scale. The scale method allows us to enlarge or reduce the elements from its actual size. That means it increases or decreases the size of an element according to the parameters given for the width and height. The scale's value is the same as a translate method. It also contains x and y. The only difference is we do not specify the unit. Now let's see an example. Here we have a div having 200 pixel width and 100 pixel height. We have applied the scale function on the div. Then we are specifying transform property to scale 2, 3. 2 increases the width and 3 increases the height of the div. Let's see the output. You can see the div is 2 times of its original width and 3 times of its original height. So that's it for now. There is an assignment for you waiting. Create a div of 200 pixel height and 200 pixel width and apply scale 3, 4 to it. So here it ends. Can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hi and welcome back. You all know we are learning CSS 2D transform. In the previous lecture, we learned a few methods. Let's have a small revision of what CSS 2D transform is. CSS transforms allow you to move, rotate, scale and skew elements. CSS 3 2D transform gives you more freedom to decorate and animate HTML components. You have even more features to decorate text and more animation options for decorating div elements. The transformation module is a tremendous addition in CSS 3. It takes the way we manipulate elements on a website to the next level. Now we are going to see the remaining methods of 2D transform. The skew method. The skew method skews an element along the x and y axis by the given angles. Skew x method skews an element along the x-axis by the given angle. Skew y method skews an element along the y-axis by the given angle. Skew x and y transform functions tilt an element one way or the other. Example now. Here we have two divs. First is a normal div. To know the difference between a skewed div and a normal div, we have created the first one. For the skew x and skew y, we have specified 20 degree and 10 degree like this. Transform, skew, 20 degree, 10 degree. Now let's see the output. As you can see, the first div is a regular div and the second div element is skewed 20 degrees along the x-axis and 10 degrees along the y-axis. Matrix. The matrix transformation function can be used to combine all transforms into one. It's a bit like transform shorthand, only I don't believe it's really intended to be written by hand. There are tools out there like the matrix resolutions, which can convert a group of transforms into a single matrix declaration. Perhaps in some situations, this can reduce file size, although author-unfriendly micro-optimizations like that are not worth your time. The matrix method takes 6 parameters containing mathematical functions which allow you to rotate, scale, move, and skew elements. The parameters are matrix scale x, skew y, skew x, scale y, translate x, translate y. Now an example. In this example, we have created 3 divs. First is a normal div. To know the difference between other divs and normal div, we have created the first one. For the second one, we have set scale x is equal to 1, skew y 0.3, skew x 0, scale y 1, translate x 0, translate y 0. For the third div, we have set scale x 1, skew y 0, skew x 0.5, scale y 1, translate x 150, translate y 0. Now let's see the output. Great! All the methods are applied to the divs. Both divs are displayed the way we want to display them. So this is it for 2D transform concept, guys. It's time for your assignment. With the transform property, move the div element 100 pixel to the right and 200 pixel down. Read the assignment carefully and solve it. And I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi and welcome back. As you're all aware, we are having a thorough course on CSS. It's going to be an essential part in the web development area. So in this lecture, we are going to learn about CSS 3D transforms. The implementation of CSS transforms may shift, rotate, slant, squash, and stretch the elements. The web designers will step beyond their display counterparts with CSS 3D transformations and enter a new field of graphic design. The front-end developers will improve their designs with CSS 3D transformations by creating a new dimension to be conventional websites. Now, the transformed item does not impact the corresponding elements, but can overlap themselves in the same way as the elements that are completely positioned. Even so, the transformed element will still require more space at its default location in the layout. We can start moving elements to the x-axis, y-axis, z-axis using 3D transforms. Most websites and interfaces are constrained to 2 dimensions at most, mimicking 3D SQ effects. Take your most common day-to-day interfaces: social media, mobile device apps, and perhaps productivity tools. All of these feature 2-dimensional buttons with a smattering of 2-dimensional animations. Using drop shadows and superimposed objects, these interfaces may mimic 3-dimensional effects in 2 dimensions. When CSS transforms were first introduced in 2009, lack of browser support or inefficient client-side rendering could justify adherence to 2 dimensions. So let us start with the 3D transforms in detail with examples. To start, we'll use basic 2-dimensional squares to illustrate transformations in a 3-dimensional space. Transformations include 3 basic operations: translation, rotation, and scaling that control how an object is placed and oriented. All transformations are oriented around 3 axes. The x-axis runs left to right, with values increasing to the right. The y-axis runs straight bottom to top, with values increasing upwards. The z-axis protrudes from the screen, with higher values closer to the viewer. All 3 axes are illustrated. The transformations we'll discuss all operate on these 3 axes. There are a total of 3 transformations. The first is translation or movement along one or more axes. Use rotate X, rotate Y, rotate Z to move an object around in 3 dimensions. With the CSS transform property, you can use these 3D transformation methods: rotate X, rotate Y, rotate Z. Now let's see the first method, rotate X. The rotate X method rotates an element around its x-axis at a given degree. Here is an image to understand that. The red div is rotating around the x-axis. Now let's see an example of rotate X. In this example, we have a normal div and a div having rotate X 150 degrees applied to it. Width and height of the divs are 300 pixel and 100 pixel. Background color is yellow and we have applied 1 pixel border to them. In the ID selector of the second div, we have set the transform method to rotate X 150 degree. Let's see the output. As you can see, we have a normal div and the second div element is rotated 150 degrees. Now let's move on to the next method, rotate Y. The rotate Y method rotates an element around its y-axis at a given degree. Here is an image to understand this. The red div is rotating around the y-axis. Let's see an example of rotate Y. In this example, we have a normal div and a div having rotate Y 150 degrees applied to it. Width and height of the divs are 300 pixel and 100 pixel. Background color is yellow and we applied 1 pixel border to them. In the ID selector of the second div, we have set the transform method to rotate 150 degree. Let's see the output. As you can see, we have a normal div, and the second div element is rotated 150 degrees around the y-axis. Now the third method, rotate z. The rotate z method rotates an element around its z-axis at a given degree. Example, we have a normal div and a div hanging rotate z 90 degrees applied to it. Width and height of the divs are 300 pixel and 100 pixel. Background color yellow, and we have applied 1 pixel border to them. In the ID selector of the second div, we have set the transform methods to rotate z 90 degree. Let's see the output. So you can see we have a normal div, and the second div element is rotated 90 degrees around the z-axis. So these were the methods that we use when we are working with the 3D transform. This is it, guys. I will see you in the next lecture, but there is an assignment. With the transform property, rotate the div element 150 degree around its x-axis. Solve the assignment and I'll see you soon. Hello and welcome to this amazing journey of CSS, where we learn basic to advanced concepts. Today we are going to learn about CSS transitions. The world of web animation has become a sprawling jungle of tools and technologies. Libraries like GSAP and Framer Motion and React Spring have sprung up to help us add motion to the DOM. The most fundamental and critical piece, though, is the humble CSS transition. It's the first animation tool that most front-end devs learn, and it's a workhorse. Even the most grizzled, weathered animation veterans still reach for this tool often. Now, there is a surprising amount of depth to this topic. So in this tutorial, we'll dig in and learn a bit more about CSS transitions and how we can use them to create lush, polished animations. Now, transitions take us from one state to another all the time. Many times a day, in fact. Most of the time, these transitions feel completely invisible, as they should. And until they are taken away, we don't really know they are there. Today, we'll discuss transitions and how well-designed transitions can enhance the user's experience by imparting a sense of control and easy navigation. We'll also discuss how poor transitions can impair the user interface. So, let us get started. But before diving in, do you know what exactly is a transition? By definition, a transition is a change from one form or type to another, or the process by which this happens. As mentioned, we make transitions all the time without really knowing it, and they certainly extend beyond our computer interfaces. A well-designed transition takes a user from point A to point B very quickly, while conveying the path they have taken. Transitions are common in interface design, as we know, but are also used in movies and product design. In product design, transitions are triggered by touch, movement, or physical handling of the product. In interface design, however, transitions are triggered by navigating through the interface of the application or web content. A transition should be designed to give the user a sense of their virtual position or location within the interface. CSS transitions allow you to change property values smoothly over a given duration. In this session, you'll learn about these properties: transition, transition delay, transition duration, transition property, transition timing function. Now, a transition occurs when a CSS property changes from one value to another value over a period of time. You can create CSS transitions with the transition property. The transition property is a shortened of 4 CSS properties: transition property, transition duration, transition timing function, transition delay. Now, another question arises: how to use CSS transitions? Well, to create a transition effect, you must specify 2 things: the CSS property you want to add an effect to, the duration of the effect. But remember, if the duration part is not specified, the transition will have no effect because the default value is 0. Now, let's see an example of transition. First, we have a 100 pixel into 100 pixel red div element. For the div element, we have also specified a transition effect for the width property with a duration of 2 seconds like this. Transition width 2 second. 2 second is the transition duration. Transition duration refers to the duration of the transition. How long do you want the transition to last? This value is written in seconds with the S suffix, like 2 seconds. It is also required in the transition shortened. The transition effect will start when the specified CSS property, that is width, changes value. Then we have specified a new value for the width property when a user mouses over the div element. Now let's see the output. When we mouse over the div, width changes. This is how a transition takes place. Now let's change several property values at the same time. Let us dive into the code. In this example, we have the same 100 pixel red div element. For the div element, we have also specified a transition effect for the width and height property as well, with a duration of 2 seconds and 4 seconds like this. Transition width 2s, height 4s. When the user mouses over it, width and height change to 300 pixels. Now let's see the output. Great, the transition works perfectly. Now let's move on to the next property. Specify the speed curve of the transition. The transition timing function property specifies the speed curve of the transition effect. The transition timing function property can have these values. Ease specifies a transition effect with a slow start, then fast, then end slowly. Linear specifies a transition effect with the same speed from start to end. Ease in specifies a transition effect with a slow start. Ease out specifies a transition effect with a slow end. Ease in out specifies a transition effect with a slow start and end. Cubic Bezier lets you define your own values in a cubic Bezier function. Now let's see an example. Here we have 5 div elements having 5 different transition functions applied to them. First, we have a 100 pixel into 100 pixel red div element. For the div element, we have also specified a transition effect for the width property with a duration of 2 seconds like this. Transition width 2s. Then we have specified a new value for the width property when a user mouses over the div element. Let's see the output. For the first div, we have a linear transition. That means it will have the same speed from start to end. For the second div, we have ease transition. That means it will have a slow start, then fast, then end slowly. This is default. For the third div, we have an ease in transition. It means it will have a slow start. For the fourth div, we have an ease out transition, which means it will have a slow end. For the fifth div, we have an ease in out transition, which means it will have a slow start and end. Now, next is delay the transition effect. The transition delay property specifies a delay in seconds for the transition effect. Example is, first we have a 100 pixel into 100 pixel red div element. For the div element, we have also specified a transition effect for the width property with a duration of 2 seconds like this. Transition width 2s. We have set the transition delay property of 1 second. That means the transition will start after 1 second. Then we have specified a new value for the width property when a user mouses over the div element. Now let's see the output. When we mouse over the element, the transition starts after 1 second. So this is how we can add transitions to our elements. Now let us wrap up the lecture here. But there is an assignment for you. Create a div of 100 width and 200 height. Apply transition and change the height and width of the div. This is it. Looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hello and welcome guys. We are going to learn a really fun concept called animations. Now I'm not talking about anime or cartoons. I'm talking about CSS animations. But first, let us talk about what animation is and why it is important. The word animation is derived from an ancient Latin word, anima, which means soul. Attempts of breathing in life into static artificial objects. Everywhere consumers go, businesses are vying for their attention. From bus stop ads to stickers on laptops, it's all about being seen, getting noticed. Retaining viewer attention is as important, but harder to do. Both of these factors are as essential to websites as they are to ads, and you can achieve both through movement. So in those early days, no one considered animation as a means of improving a website's usability. It was mostly used for decoration or just for fun. Today, you can use animation effects to improve your website navigation and use. Not so long ago, all animated elements and effects on websites were created with the help of Flash technology. Of course, it was a revolutionary technology for that time. Today, animations are created with the use of more lightweight JavaScript and CSS coding that will help to add moving elements to the site without overloading it. And what is more important? Animations today are used to improve UX, not just for fun. It's an outstanding tool for web designers that may help in making website better and easier to use. Even though it was very heavy and increases website loading time greatly. In many cases, animation effects are used for attracting users' attention to important details and help him or her to make the right decision about clickability of an element, among other things. Thus, many websites use a shaking effect for login or sign-in forms to show their users that something was wrong and the info was input correctly. Example, incorrect password. Now, this tradition mimics a human shaking head saying no. There are many other ways of using animation to improve the UX. It can be used in navigation to set apart categories from subcategories or within a multi-choice. When implementing animations to your website, you should carefully consider all of its pitfalls too. Animated elements can still hurt a website's performance. Make use of CSS when creating animations for your website. jQuery is perfect and used in many projects also, but it can really slow your website's performance. CSS code allows creating subtle animations that look nice on any device without overloading the design and making it perform great. So make sure your animations are responsive. Responsive websites are a must-have if you wish to succeed. But if it performs and looks great only on a desktop screen, you may lose the battle for your users. There are many tools that allow creating responsive animations, like Adobe After Effects or InVision, and website builders like Webflow or Moto CMS that include responsive animate effects into their workflow. They offer various types of animation that can be used within a website to improve its usability and design. Now, one of them is fade in, left, right, top, bottom, bounce in, rotate, left, right, top, bottom, slide in, left, right, top, bottom, flash and pulse, wobbling and jello-like, swinging, etc. So animations should draw attention, but not too much. Make sure motion isn't too time consuming and doesn't last too long on the screen. This is especially the case if you're talking about element users should interact with often. 1 or 2 times it might be fun, but with frequent use, it may become really frustrating. Animations are great for making a website design unforgettable. They are still widely used in website design despite various considerations with loading speed or unresponsiveness. But the main thing you should really remember when introducing animated elements to your website is their impact on usability. So, it's up to you. Decide where and at what amount to integrate motion into your design. Now here is a short roundup of the websites that use animation straight to the point. Let us see some pros and cons of the animation. Pros of animation in web design. The purpose for using animation on your website can vary depending on the type of animation you use and your goals. When done right, there are several pros to using website animations. They can showcase unique features. You can use website animations to showcase your product in unique ways or at unique angles. Animation can bring awareness to the purpose and features of your product or help convey your brand story. Many great websites get creative in how they implement animation in their web design. Another feature is that they can enhance design. The right animation effects breathe life into your website design, reinforcing it in a way that leaves a lasting impression. It may seem obvious, but an attractive website is one that people prefer to look at and thus stay on for longer and revisit. They can improve engagement and conversion. Now, as humans, we are designed to detect movement. It's that detection of movement, aka potential threats, that has allowed our survival throughout history. And it's the same reason why eye-catching animation has the power to engage users more than a static screen. Throw in interactive design and you'll increase a visitor's interest in engaging with your website for longer. Now let's see some cons of animation in web design. Hold your horses here. We get that you are excited to implement this amazing new design feature, but adding animation to your website is a delicate task. So when done wrong, it's easy to do wrong. The cons are destructive. So too much can distract users. The same way animation can guide users down a page, it can distract from your message. Remember that it's what draws the user's attention. So you have to make sure that it's not drawing that attention away from your main content. Another con is they can slow loading speeds. Another symptom of poorly done animation is slow loading times for web pages. Slower loading times disrupt the user experience. It is annoying and will increase bounce rates. Long loading times will also impact Google crawlers and decrease your ranking in Google SERPs. Now let's talk about CSS animation in detail. CSS animation is a technique to change the appearance and behavior of various elements in web pages. It is used to control the elements by changing their motions or display. It has two parts. One which contains the CSS properties, which describe the animation of the elements, and the other contains certain keyframes, which indicate the animation properties of the element and the specific time intervals at which those have to occur. Now, the keyframe rule. Keyframes are the foundation with the help of which CSS animations work. They define the display of the animation at the respective stages of its whole duration. So this was the basic introduction of the animations. In the next lecture, we are going to learn about the CSS animation with examples. Looking forward. See you. Hello and welcome back, guys. Imagine a street where there are 0 street signs. A lot of people, cars, buses, bikes, but no street signs. Pedestrians and drivers are yelling. A complete chaos. Now imagine a website with tons of cool features and no onboarding, no tips, no hints, no guidance, nothing. Looks like a street where there are no street signs, right? You know what I mean. A website is like a street and the users are like the pedestrians and the drivers. When there are no street signs on the street, chances are that a traffic jam is going to happen, and most probably people will call the police to come and help them resolve the problem. The sad news is that website users won't call you if they feel lost in your app. What will they do? Exactly, leave it. I know this sounds pretty gross, but that's a reality. Face it. That's why a lot of developers use onboarding tactics, tooltips, progress bars, product tutorials, and a bunch of other things to help users figure out how the website is working. because everything has its way of working, right? So today I'm going to talk about tooltips, which are basically a way of website commentary that makes a part of the user onboarding flow. Tooltips help direct attention towards a specific item or action. So what exactly are tooltips? Tooltips are text labels that appear when the users hover over, focuses on, or touches an element. Sometimes the user experience of your website needs a nudge, a bit more information, in case the user doesn't know where to go next. Tooltips allow you to add a bit more information to help guide your website visitors through the user experience. Tooltips identify an element when they are activated. They may contain brief helper text about its function. For example, they may contain text information about actionable icons. Tooltip labels do not receive input focus. By using tooltips, you can display the position of the tooltip information in 4 ways: top of the element, left side of the element, right side of the element, and bottom of the element. Now let's see an example of tooltip. First, we have a div having the content, hover over me. In the class tooltip, we are setting its position to relative. Then we are displaying it as an inline block. We have a set bottom border to it. In the div, we have a span element which we are setting for the tooltip. In the class tooltip text, we are setting the visibility of the text to hidden because we want the tooltip to be visible when the user mouse hovers over it. Width of the tooltip text is 100 pixel and the background color is red. Then we have set the color of the text to white. We have set a bunch of other CSS properties. Z-index is right. The Z-index property in CSS controls the vertical stacking order of elements that overlap. It can have negative or positive values. So when the user's mouse hovers over the text, the tooltip will be visible to the user. Now let's see the output. When we move our mouse over the text, the tooltip appears. That's how we can add some extra information about some elements. So that's all you need to know. Try the tooltip example on your own and add your own creativity to it. We'll meet in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we had a brief introduction about animation. We also learned what keyframes are. In this lecture, we are going to learn some more things about CSS animation. In this session, you'll learn about these properties, which are keyframes, animation name, animation duration, animation delay, animation iteration count, animation direction, animation timing function, animation fill mode, animation. Now let's get started. Let's revise what CSS animation is first. An animation lets an element gradually change from one style to another. You can change as many CSS properties you want, as many times as you want. To use CSS animation, you must first specify some keyframes for the animation. Keyframes hold what styles the element will have at certain times. Now let's see an example of animation. Here, the animation duration is of 4 seconds. Animation duration property defines how long an animation should take to complete. If the animation duration property is not specified, no animation will occur because the default value is 0 seconds. Animation name for the div is example, and then we are setting the animation for that div. We have specified when the style will change by using the keywords from and to, which represents 0% start and 100% complete. The first color would be red, then it'll change to yellow. And again, when an animation is finished, it goes back to its original color, which is red. Now, let's see the output. You can see the transition by refreshing the page too. The color is red, then it turns yellow, and again it goes back to the original color red. It was really fun, wasn't it? Now, it's also possible to use %. By using %, you can add as many styles changes as you would like. Let's see an example using percent. Here the main red div is the same. We are specifying different background colors with different percentages. It will change the background color of the div element when the animation is 25% complete, 50% complete, and again when the animation is 100% complete. Now let's see the output. You can see the colors are changing at a different percentage. You can use this type of animation to draw the user's attention. Now let's change the positions of the div with the colors. This example will change both the background color and the position of the div element when the animation is 25% complete, 50% complete, and again when the animation is 100% complete. As you can see, we are setting left and top positions using different values. Let's see the output. You can see both the position and colors are changing. We'll take the same example and set how many times an animation should run. The animation iteration count property specifies the number of times an animation should run. Now in this example, we are setting it to 3. The animation is the same as the last example. Let's see the output. The animation is going to repeat 3 times. Now another property. Run animation in reverse direction or alternate cycles. The animation direction property specifies whether an animation should be played forwards, backwards, or in alternate cycles. The animation direction property can have these values. Normal, the animation is played as normal. This is default. Reverse, the animation is played in reverse direction, backwards. Alternate, the animation is played forwards first, then backwards. Alternate reverse, the animation is played backwards first, then forwards. Now let's see an example of one of the properties. This example changes the position and the color of the div, but in reverse animation direction. Reverse specifies the animation should play in a reverse direction. Now let's see the output. So you can see the animation is backwards. So this is it for this lecture, but there is an assignment for you. Add a 2-second animation for the div element, which changes the color from red to blue. Call the animation example. Goodbye. See you in the next lecture. Hi and welcome back. So far we have discussed a lot of new properties in CSS 3. Beyond that, there are actually a few other properties that are currently not included in CSS 3 official specifications that are worth trying out. One of which is the box reflect property that is initiated by WebKit. This property can reflect on the object specified. Image reflection is a great way to subtly spice up an image. So today we are going to learn about an interesting point, which is CSS image reflection. With the help of this, you can create beautiful reflections for your images and some CSS hacks to make them look real. So let's get started. One of the most fascinating things to do with today's modern web technologies is creating image reflection. This can no doubt be done using Photoshop or other image editors. But using CSS can save the size of your image and let you animate the reflection if needed. The value of the box reflect property can be below, above, left, or right. Let's see an example. Here we are using WebKit box reflect to create a reflection of the image. We are creating the reflection below the image. Let's see an output. Great, you can see the image here. Now let's see another example. Here we are using the same image, but the reflection is going to be on the right side, because we have set the WebKit box reflect to right. Let's see the output. You can see the reflection displayed at the right side. But what if we want some distance between the image and the reflection for the styling purpose? Don't worry, we can do that too. CSS reflection offset to specify the gap between the image and the reflection. Add the size of the app to the box reflect property. Now let's directly jump on to the code. Here we are using WebKit box reflect to create a reflection of the image. We are creating the reflection below the image, and 20 pixel refers to the gap between the image and the reflection. The image and the reflection have some space between them. Let's make it more interesting. We can create a gradient effect on the reflection. CSS reflection with gradient. We can also create a fade out effect on the reflection. Let us directly jump onto the code. Here we are using the RGBA colors to specify the fade out effect. We are using the linear gradient to make the gradient, and the gradient starts from top to bottom. Now let's see the output. Voila! We can see the reflection has a fade out effect and it's looking cool. So this is it for image reflection. It was a really simple concept. I hope you have a clear idea of it now. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the next lecture. Goodbye and stay tuned. Hi and welcome back. We're not always able to load different sized images for an HTML element. If you use a width and height that isn't proportional to the image's aspect ratio, the image might either be compressed or stretched. That isn't good, and it can be solved either with object fit for an IMG element or by using background size. So today we are going to learn about the object fit of CSS. So without wasting any more time, let's get started. The CSS object fit property is used to specify how an image or video should be resized to fit its container. It defines how an element fits into the container with an established width and height. It's generally applied to images or videos. This property tells the content to fill the container in a variety of ways, such as preserve that aspect ratio or stretch up and take up as much space as possible. Now let's see an example to understand this. We have given specific height and width to the image. Now let's see the output. We see that the image is being squished to fit the container of 200 or 300 pixels. Its original aspect ratio is destroyed. Now let's see the syntax. Object fit, fill, contain, cover, none, scale down, initial, inherit. So here is where the object fit property comes in. The object fit property can take one of these values. Fill, it's a default value. Using this value, the entire object fills in the container. The replaced content is sized to fill the content box. If the aspect ratio of the object doesn't match the aspect ratio of the box, the object will be squished or stretched to fit in the box. The image will fill the area. Even its aspect ratio is not matched. Contain. It resizes the content of an element to stay contained inside the container. It fits the image in the width and height of the box while maintaining the aspect ratio of the image. The replaced content is scaled for maintaining the aspect ratio while fitting within the content box of the element. Cover. It resizes the content of an element to cover its container. It fills the entire box with the image. If the aspect ratio of the object is not matched with the aspect ratio of the box, it clips the object to fit. None. It does not resize the replaced content. The image retains its original size and ignores the height and width of the parent. Scale down. It sized the content as none or as contain. It results in the smallest object size. It finds the smallest concrete object size by comparing the none and contain. Initial. It sets the property to its default value, that is, the image is stretched to fit in the container Because the default value is fill. Inherit. It inherits a value from its parent element. Now let's see some values with examples. Using object fit cover. If we use object fit cover, the image keeps its aspect ratio and fills the given dimension. The image will be clipped to fit. Let's see an example for this. In this example, we are setting the object fit property to cover. Now let's see the output. You can see it's not stretched because the image keeps its aspect ratio and fills the given dimension. Second is using object fit contain. If we use object fit contain, the image keeps its aspect ratio but is resized to fit within the given dimension. Now let's see the example. In this example, we are setting the object fit property to cover. Let's see the output. The image is resized to fit in the given dimension. You can use this property when there is a requirement. Next is using object fit fill. If we use object fit fill, the image is resized to fill the given dimension. If necessary, the image will be stretched or squashed to fit. Now let's see an example. In this example, we have set the object fit property to fill. That means the image might get stretched. Now let's see the output. You can see the image has been stretched to fit in the dimension ratio. So that is it in this lecture, guys. In the next lecture, we'll see the remaining types of object position property. Till then, stay tuned and goodbye. We generate fears while we sit. We overcome them by action, said Dr. Henry Link. Famous psychologist Dr. Henry Link understood how the human mind tends to overthink and how we can fight against it. Hi and welcome back. As you all are aware that in the previous lecture, we learned about the object fit property and some values of the object fit property. Now let us again see what object fit property is. The CSS object fit property is used to specify how an image or video should be resized to fit its content box. This property specifies the various ways to fill the content inside the content box or container, such as preserving the aspect ratio or stretching up and lifting up as much space as possible. The alignment position of the replaced element's content object within the elements box can be changed through the object position property. In this lecture, we're going to learn the rest of the values. So let's begin. Using object fit none. If we use object fit none, the image is not resized. Now let's see the example. In the example, we are using object fit none. That means the image will not be resized. Now let's see the output. As I mentioned earlier, the image did not resize the replaced content. The image retains its original size and ignores the height and width of the parent. The next one is using object fit scale down. If we use object fit scale down, the image is scaled down to the smallest version of none or contain. Let's see an example for this. As you can see, we have set the object fit property to the scale down value. Now let's see the output. As you can see, it sized the content as none or as contain. It results in the smallest object size. It finds the smallest concrete object size by comparing the none and contain. The next is initial. It is used to set the default value. That is, the replaced image is stretched to fit the content box as the default value is filled. Let's see an example for this. In this example, we have set the object fit property to initial. Now let's see the output. As I mentioned earlier, it's like a default value, so it might get stretched to fit the content box. So this is it for this lecture, guys. In the next lecture, we'll see another fun as well as important concept. Till then, keep practicing. Hi and welcome back. We tend to insert external media like audio, video, images in our website, and it enhances the website's look very effectively. Am I right? But do you know how to position these elements to make them more effective to present our website's content? Well, we have an answer for that. Today we are going to learn about the object position property. This property is really very interesting. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Object position is used to specify the position of an external media inserted into HTML, mainly the images within the IMG tag, but also the content of the video, iframe, or embed elements. The properties are not supported by Internet Explorer. Therefore, they are more useful for projects where it's not that important. Object position can be viewed as parallel to the image property, background position, only that these are intended for elements inserted directly into HTML. But do not get confused between object fit and object position properties. You can say the object fit property and the object position property are in the same family, but object fit specifies the size and the object position property specifies the position of the images. Now let's see the syntax. That's just a really long way of explaining that we can use keywords or length values to set an element's alignment within a container. Now let's see an example. In this example, we have set the property of the object position to 80%, 100%. It represents right and bottom values. We use object fit cover to keep the aspect ratio and to fill the given dimension. Now let's see the output. Great! The Eiffel Tower is at the left side of the image. Now let's make the famous Eiffel Tower to the center. We have reduced the value of object position to 50%, 100%. Let's see the output. Voila! The Eiffel Tower is in the center now. That was the object position property of CSS. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I can't wait to meet you in the next one. And you can also try these examples by applying different values to the images so that you will have a better idea of this concept. So goodbye and take care. Hello and welcome back. I'm delighted to welcome you to this course where we cover the basic to advanced concept of CSS. Buttons are most of the common UI elements. They make it possible for users to interact with the system and take action by making selections. Buttons are used on forms, website homepages, dialog boxes, and toolbars. It's important to differentiate between buttons and links. Buttons are used when you want a user to act, submit, cancel, delete, and links are used to direct users to other pages, about me, read more. Before we discuss how you can design irresistible buttons, we need to examine the anatomy of a perfect button. A button has those elements: text label, background, border, and an icon. Other than the text label, all other elements are optional. You must be wondering why I'm talking about buttons suddenly. Well, today we are going to learn the concept of designing buttons using CSS. But before that, let's see what to avoid when designing buttons. Buttons that don't look like buttons. Before a user can click on your button, they have to know that it's a clickable element. Make it easy for users to click on your buttons by making it obvious that they are buttons. Users depend on previous experience and visual cues to determine whether a UI element is interactive or not. While it might be tempting to use cool web button design, don't sacrifice usability. Avoid confusing your users and creating friction by using familiar button designs. Now, examples of common button designs include square button with fill, round button with fill, round button with fill and shadows, outline or ghost button, Fills and shadows make it easy for users to identify buttons because they make them look pressable. Additionally, ensure that there is enough white space around your buttons to make them stand out even more. Vague or misleading button labels. If the label of your button is vague or confusing, it can prevent users from taking action or make them take the wrong action. Use labels that clearly explain what the button does and affirm the action that the user is about to take. It is also important to consider the context of the button and adapt the label accordingly. Avoid yes or no labels and instead use descriptive labels like delete or cancel. A great button should change its state once a user interacts with it. Users require feedback that tells them if their action has not been registered successfully or it has been. When there is no feedback, users might act over and over again. Feedback can either be visual or audio. Design buttons that have states such as primary state button is interactive and ready to be used. Active user has press the button. Hover, cursor is placed above the interactive element. Focused button has been highlighted using a keyboard in progress. The action is being processed. Disabled button is not interactive. Button placement and page layout. When deciding where you will place your button and the page layout, the context matters a lot. For CTAs, it is best to center the website button and put it high up the page so that it can grab the attention of the user. For primary action buttons for websites, the jury is still out on the best placement. Option A is when the primary action button comes first, and in option B, it comes last. The best course of action is to ask yourself what the user expects to see first in your specific context. So let's get started. Now let us see different types of buttons. Here is an example on your screen. In this example, we have created a bunch of buttons as well as a link. In the class button, we have set the background color green. Then we have removed the border. Text color is white. We have set display as inline box and much more. We have assigned the class to 2 buttons and a link. Let's see the output. The first button is a normal button without any CSS properties applied to it. The second is a link button, and the 2 are regular buttons, one with button element and the other is created with the input type button. Next is button color. Use the background color property to change the background color of a button. Let's see an example using different colors. In this example, we have 5 buttons. We have set different CSS properties for all the buttons. We have set green as a default color. After that, we are creating different classes with different colors and assigning them to the buttons. You can see we have applied the first button class to all the buttons. Now let's see the output. Voila! You can see different colors have been applied to the buttons. So this is it. In the next lecture, we are going to learn some more ways to design buttons. But before that, here's an assignment. Create a button and apply purple color. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we got to know what buttons are and some interesting ways to design them. Today, we are going to learn about more ways to design buttons. It's one of the most used elements on the web. Button can be used to activate certain interactions like showing data, open models, submit forms, etc. In this video, I'll walk you through the fine details of a button element and how to style it perfectly to ensure that it works great on all browsers. Adding on that, it'll explain how to style the most common button styles. But what makes one button better than another? These are some good button designs characteristics which you might want to consider when selecting your buttons. Use an eye-catching color which stands out. Some colors which are pleasing to the eye include green, blue, orange. The color red can sometimes be used too, but remember that it can also tend to be associated with some kind of warning or danger. Your button should be large and it should be bold because your button will often be associated with a primary call to action. You should make it noticeable and large enough that it stands out and is not obscured by the content on your page. The definition of large can definitely vary from site to site, but your button should be at least as big, if not larger, than your logo. Placement of your button. The positioning of your buttons is another important factor which can affect your landing page's effectiveness. In general, you should position your primary call to action button within the first few hundred pixels of the top of your page. Now let's jump onto the first type, button size. Use the font size property to change the font size of a button. Let's see the example. In this example, we have 5 buttons. We have set different CSS properties for all the buttons. We have set green as the default color. After that, we are creating different classes with different font sizes. For example, 10 pixel, 12 pixel, 16 pixel, etc. and assigning them to the buttons. You can see we have applied the first button class to all the buttons. Now let's see the output. You can clearly see the different sizes of the button on your screen. The next is padding. Using the padding property to change the padding of a button. CSS padding properties are used to generate space around an element's content inside of any defined borders. Let's see an example of this. When we specify 2 values in front of the padding property. First value represents top and bottom paddings, and the second value represents right and left paddings. When we specify just one value, it represents all 4 paddings, right, left, top, and bottom. Here for the 5th button, we are specifying 16 pixel. Let's see the output. Great. The first button has 10 pixel, 24 pixel padding. The second button has 12 pixel, 28 pixel. Third has 14 pixel, 40 pixel. Fourth has 32 pixel, 16 pixel. And the last one has 16 pixel padding. Now let's see the example. In this example, we are making the buttons rounded. We are using border radius to make the border of the buttons rounded in pixels. We are using a bunch of CSS properties in all the buttons. In the classes, we are increasing the value of the border radius for buttons. 50% makes the button circled. Now, let's see the output. Great! The buttons with different amounts of rounded corners and a circled corner have been displayed. Colored button borders. Use the border property to add a colored border to a button. Let's see the example. Here we are creating different classes with text color, border color, and the background color. Background color and text color are the same for all the buttons. We've given different border color, width, and style for all the buttons. Let's see the output now. Great. The border color has been displayed for all the buttons. So this is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we are going to learn some more ways to design buttons. But before that, here's an assignment. Create a button and apply border radius to it. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome back. In the last lecture, we've seen different ways to design a button. I hope you're enjoying this so far. Today, we are going to see more ways to design a button. And I'm pretty sure you're going to use these ways when you're going to build a website. So without wasting any more time, let's begin. Hoverable buttons. Use the hover selector to change the style of a button when you move the mouse over it. Use the transition duration property to determine the speed of the hover effect. Let's see an example for this. In this example, we have created 3 buttons. We have created button 1, button 2, and button 3 classes. In the button 1 class, we have set background color, text color, and the border. When the user moves the mouse over the button, the color changes to blue. In the button 2 class, we have set background color, text color, and the border as well. When the user moves the mouse over the button, the color changes to red. In the button 3 class, we have set background color, text color, and the border. When the user moves the mouse over the button, the color changes to gray. We have set the transition duration to 0.4 seconds. Now let's see the output. Let's move our mouse over the button. You can see the background changes and it looks really attractive. Next is shadow buttons. Shadows add texture, perspective, and emphasize the dimensions of objects. In web design, using light and shadow can add physical realism and can be used to make rich tactile interfaces. Use box shadow to add shadow to the button. Now let's see the example. Here we have created 2 buttons. For the first button, we have specified the shadow. The values represent the H offset, V offset, blur, spread, and the color. For the second button, we have created a hover effect and applied the shadow to the button. Now let's see the output. The shadow is displayed for the first button, but when we mouse over the second, the button shadow appears. Next is disabled button. Use the opacity property to add transparency to a button. It creates a disabled look. You can also add a cursor property with the value of not allowed, which will display a no parking sign when you mouse over the button. Now let's see the example. We have created one normal button, and for the second button, we set the opacity to 0.6 and the cursor is not allowed. Now let's see the output. When we move our cursor to the second button, we can see it's disabled. It's displaying a no parking sign. So this is it for the button design, guys. Here is an assignment for you. Create a button and make it disabled. I really can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye. Hi and welcome back. Not all sites can have all their information on a single page. Websites may need to use multiple pages for easier navigation, better user experience, buyer's journey, persona, etc. A good example here would be e-commerce sites. It would be impractical to have a site like Amazon list all of its products in one category on one page. Users prefer single-page content. Using multiple pages when necessary is also fine. If you're looking to present large amounts of data on your site, like a blog or series of charts or graphs that show information about the same data sets, you definitely need to split your graphs across pages for readability. Today we are going to learn how to make paginations using CSS. Pagination is a sequence of pages which are connected and have similar content. It's important to know that even when the content on a section of a page is split into distinct pages, we'll still define that as pagination. Now, why use pagination? We've already mentioned a few reasons that necessitate the use of pagination. For example, when there is a large amount of data that cannot reasonably be presented as a single page. Here are more reasons why pagination comes handy. Better user experience. If too much information is published on one page, the user may get overwhelmed. Pagination allows webmasters to present a lot of information in small and manageable chunks. E-commerce sites will show the product's image and price on the home page, for example. If a user is interested in more details about the product, they can click on the image or price or link with a call to action to learn more. Pagination also makes it easier for a user to find the information that they are looking for. Easier navigation. Pagination aids in navigation even when CTAs are not used. Once a user reaches the end of the page or has seen several items in a particular category, it's intuitive that they will want to see more results. When numbering is used, the user is able to decide how many more pages they are willing to look at. It also gives them an idea of how big the data set is. A large data set may be appealing to a user looking for variety. Now let's start with the CSS pagination concept. Here is an example of simple pagination. In this example, we have created a div, and in that div, we have set a lot of anchor tags for each page. In the class pagination, we have set the display property to inline block. For the A elements of the div on which we have applied the pagination class, we have set the text color black, float left, padding and text decoration none. For the navigation purpose, we have set and LACO means left angle quote and RACO means right angle quotes. Let's see the output. Voila! You can see the 6 numbers with the links for each page. Next is active and hoverable pagination. Let's directly jump onto the code. This example is partially the same as the last one, but here we are using the active class to show which page is active. For that, we have set a background color, and for the other pages or numbers or links to the pages, we have set a different background color. Pagination A hover not active specifies the A tags which are not active, and when we mouse hover them, this color will be applied. Now let's see the output. For the second A tag, we applied the active class, and when we move our mouse over the other links, you can see they are not active. So this is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll see some ways to create pagination using CSS. Can't wait to see you. Hi and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned what pagination is and how to use it in our pages. In this lecture, we are going to learn some more things about pagination. But do you know pagination helps in SEO too? When search engines crawl your site, the depth and number of pages they visit at a time will vary, depending on the site's trust, the content update rate, etc. And if you have a huge number of pages with pagination, then the likelihood that search engines will go through all pages of pagination and index all the end pages, goods or articles, is significantly reduced. Also, the limit will be spent on visiting pagination pages and not on visiting really important pages of the site. These are some benefits of pagination. Users do not get lost and can concentrate on a particular amount of content. Hierarchy and paginated structure improve the readability score of the content. The pages load faster due to the less content on each of them. Each page has a separate URL that is easy to refer to. It positively affects website SEO because it reduces the likelihood of duplicate pages appearing. Because usually paginated pages have identical contents and meta tags, and crawlers can understand the structure of paginated pages way better. Okay, now let's see the next part, rounded, active and hoverable buttons. In this example, we have set the border radius to 5 times in the active class as well as a non-active class. And then we have made them hoverable. Let's see the output. The pagination numbers have become rounded and hoverable. Hoverable transition effect. Let's directly jump onto the example here. This example is same as the previous one, but in this example, we have set the transition for the background color to 3 seconds. Let's see the output. When we hover over the pagination numbers, the transition effect is applied. Next is bordered pagination. Let's directly jump onto the example. We have to use border property. In this example, we have set the border width 1 pixel, style solid, and we have set the color of the border. Now let's see the output. As you can see, we have set the border of the pagination. But what if we want space between our links? We can do that too. Let's see how we can do it. We have to add margins between the page number for the space. Here we are adding margin 0 and 4 pixel. It represents top, bottom and left-right margin. Let's see the output. You can see on the screen, the pagination numbers have space in between them, and now it's looking a bit attractive. So this is it for pagination, guys. I hope you got a clear idea of what pagination is and how we can use it in our web pages. I'll meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye, and keep practicing this interesting concept. Hi and welcome back. We read newspapers in our day-to-day life, and the columns of the news help the content to display in a presentable manner. What if I say we can create these column-like structures using CSS? Yes, we can absolutely do that. With just a few CSS rules, you can create a print-inspired layout that has the flexibility of the web. It's like taking a newspaper, but as the paper gets smaller, the columns will adjust and balance automatically, allowing the content to flow naturally. Today we are going to learn CSS multiple columns, so let us get started. The basic idea of multi-col is that you can take a chunk of content and flow it into multiple columns, as in a newspaper. You do this by using one of two properties. The column count property specifies the number of columns that you would like the content to break into. The column width property specifies the ideal width, leaving the browser to figure out how many columns will fit. It doesn't matter which elements are inside the content that you turn into a multi-col container. Everything remains a normal flow, but broke into columns. This makes multi-col unlike any other layout methods that we have in browsers today. Flexbox and grid, for example, take the child elements of the container, and those items then participate in a flex or grid layout. With multi-col, you still have normal flow, except inside the column. In this example, I'm using column width to display columns of at least 14M. Multi-col assigns as many as 14M columns as will fit and then shares out the remaining space between the columns. Columns will be at least 14M unless we can only display one column, in which case it may be smaller. Multi-col was the first time that we saw this kind of behavior in CSS. Columns being created, which were essentially responsive by default. You do not need to add media queries and change the number of columns for various breakpoints. Instead, we specify an optimal width and the browser will work it out. The column count property specifies the number of columns an element should be divided into. So let's see an example of multiple columns. In this example, we have created a div, and in that div, we have some text content. In the newspaper class, we have set the column count to 3. That means the content is going to be divided into 3 columns. Let's see the output. Great, all the content of the div element is displayed in the 3 columns. Next is CSS specify the gap between columns. The column gap property specifies the gap between the columns. Let's see the example. In this example, we have set a 40 pixel gap between the columns. Column count is 3. Let's see the output. You can see the gap between the columns. CSS column rules. The column rule style property specifies the style of the rule between columns. Now let's see the example. As I mentioned earlier, we can set rules between the columns. Here we are using the column rule style. The style would be solid. Now let's see the output. Great. The required output is displayed on the screen. So that's it. You can use this property whenever you want columns in your website. I can't wait to meet you in the next lecture. Goodbye and keep practicing. Hello and welcome back. If you're one of the many millions that depend on the internet throughout your day-to-day operations, then you understand how important website design and usability are. The popularity and convenience of internet-based living are undoubtedly here to stay. And if you haven't accepted that yet, it's time to face the fact. If you rely on the internet for your business, it's more important than ever to ensure you're up to speed with your competition. The more efficiently you use the technology available, the stronger your website is, the more success you will see. Companies that master these realms gain a huge advantage over their competitors. User interface design is a link between users and a website. It includes the basic design elements that need to be present in order for someone to navigate your site and make decisions. It's the ever-evolving relationship between a person and the system that they are using. It includes the way that your website interacts with users, the overall design, and how information is presented. There are many different ways that you can look at the user interface, but the basics always include the communication from a product to the user and vice versa. UI design, that is user interface design, is all about structure, user manipulation, and communication. This is one of the reasons it's so important that you pay close attention to it. It's a basic building block of how your website is set up and functions when visited by your target audience. If it doesn't go smoothly, problems tend to follow. Some of the elements involved in user interface design include the input controls, navigational components, informational components, and containers. The devil is in the details, as they say. Buttons, list, toggles, icons, breadcrumbs, tags, and more play a huge role. It's a way that you design your site from the back end so that your audience can have a seamless and enjoyable front-end technology experience. So in this lecture, we're going to learn the CSS user interface. User interface UI defines the way humans interact with information systems. In layman's terms, user interface is a series of pages, screens, buttons, forms, and other visual elements that are used to interact with the device. Every app and every website has a user interface. The user interface property is used to change any element into one of several standard user interface elements. So in this lecture, we'll discuss these user interface properties. First is resize, second is outline offset. So these are some common properties of user interface. Appearance. It allows the user to make elements as user interface elements. Box sizing. It is used to allow the user to fix elements on an area in a clear way. Icon. It's used to facilitate the icon in the area. Resize. It can be used to resize elements that are in the area. Outline offset. It's used to set a space between an outline and the edge or border of an element or drop behind the outline. Nav down. It's used to move down when you press the down arrow button on the keypad. Nav left. To move left when you press the left arrow button on the keypad. Nav right. It's used to move right when you press the right arrow button on the keypad. Navigation up, that is nav up. It's used to move up when you press the up arrow button on the keypad. Now let's start with the CSS resizing. Resize property. The resize property is used to resize a box by user. This property does not apply to inline elements or block elements where overflow is visible. In this property, overflow must be set to scroll, auto, or hidden. Now, let's see the syntax. Resize. Horizontal, vertical, both horizontal. This property is used to resize the width of the element. In an example, we'll see that we've set the overflow property to auto and the resize property to horizontal. We have P elements in the div element. We've set some borders to the element too. Let's see the output. As you can see, we have a div on the screen. We can change the width of this element. Let us click and drag the bottom right corner of this div element and voila, the width is changing. Next is vertical. This property is used to resize the height of the element. Let's see the output. Now tell me, can you spot a difference? Yes, here we have set the resize property to vertical. That means we can change the height of the div. The overflow property is auto. Now let's see the output. Let's try to change the height of the div. Great, we can do that. So now we have reached the end of this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn the remaining CSS user interface properties. I can't wait to see you. Goodbye and take care. welcome back. Do you know why the user interface is so important? Well, the answer is here. User interface design is one of the reasons that your website will start to see an influx in traffic. It draws people in and keeps them there. It's what makes people recommend your site and become loyal customers. Regardless of what anyone says, it should never be overlooked. In addition to basic design changes like shapes of buttons and color schemes, chances are people won't stay on your site if it's difficult to interact with. When people visit your website, their user experience should be one of your top priorities. When people have a good experience on your website, the conversion rates are higher and they tend to tell more people about it. This means more chances to get your sales up and even higher opportunities to grow your customer base. But when people have a bad experience on your site, the chances of your product or company being rejected increases exponentially. People make snap judgments, and when they visit your site, they'd rather spend 30 seconds opening a new site than meddling around on your difficult one. If your customer base finds your website too complicated, confusing, or difficult to use, navigate, an otherwise extraordinary product can easily fail. People want to be able to understand things easily, which is why most physical products can be figured out without digging through a 1,000-page manual. Making your site's UI design understandable without a manual is the difference between complete success and potentially discouraging failure. Simply put, user interface design is important because it can make or break your customer base. It creates fewer problems, increases user involvement, perfects functionality, and creates a strong link between your customers and your website. So as I mentioned in the previous lecture, we're going to complete the remaining part of the CSS user interface. So let's directly dive into the next property. Both. This property is used to resize both the height and width of the element. Let's see what's the code here. Let's directly jump onto the code. If you've noticed, we've used the resize property to both. As the name of the property suggests, we can change both the height and width of the div on which we have applied the resize property. Now let's see the output. Let's try to change the height here. Yes, we can change the height. But can we change the width too? Yes, we can do that too. So wasn't that example interesting? Now let's go back to the example and change the resize property to none. And let's see what happens. We've changed it to none and now refresh the page. Oh no, we cannot change the height and width of the div now. So I'm pretty sure you got the idea of the none value. The next property is CSS outline offset. The CSS outline offset property sets the amount of space between an outline and the edge or border of an element. An outline is a line drawn around elements outside the border edge. The space between the element and its outline is transparent. Also, the outline may be non-rectangular. Now, let's see the example. The border of the div is 1 pixel solid and the outline is 4 pixel solid red. And we've set the outline offset 15 pixel. Now let's see the output. Great. We can see the border and the outline, and there is a space of 15 pixel between them. So now we've reached the end of this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. I can't wait to meet you in the next one. Goodbye and take care. Hi and welcome back. Today we are going to learn an important concept, and that is the CSS box model. In web development, the CSS box model refers to how HTML elements are modeled in browser engines and how the dimensions of those HTML elements are derived from CSS properties. It is a fundamental concept for the composition of HTML web pages. The guidelines of the box model are described by Web Standards Worldwide Web Consortium, specifically the CSS Working Group. For much of the late 1990s and early 2000s, there have been non-standard compliant implementations of the box model in mainstream browsers. With the advent of CSS2 in 1998, which introduced the box sizing property, the problem had mostly been resolved. So let's get started. The CSS box sizing property allows us to include the padding and border in an element's total width and height. Let us see what will happen without the box sizing property. By default, the width and height of an element is calculated like this. Width plus padding plus border is equal to actual width of an element. Height plus padding plus border is equal to actual height of an element. This means when you set the width or height of an element, the element often appears bigger than what you have set because the element's border and padding are added to the element's specified width and height. Now let's see an example and understand that. In this example, we have two divs and the height and width of the both divs are 100 and 300 pixel. In the second div, we have applied some padding. Now let's see the output. So you can see, even if the height and width are the same, the second box is bigger than the first one because of the padding. Do you know the solution to this problem? Yes, you guessed it right. CSS box sizing property. The box sizing property allows us to include the padding and border in an element's total width and height. If you set box sizing, border box, on an element, padding and border are included in the width and height. Now let's see an example of box sizing property. The example contains two divs and both divs have the same height and width. In addition, we have added some padding to the second div. We have set the box sizing to border box. So let's see the output. Great! Now both divs have the same size. And since the result of using the box sizing border box is so much better, many developers want all elements on their pages to work this way. Now let's see another example that sets this property to all the elements. This code ensures that all elements are sized in this more intuitive way. Many browsers already use box sizing border box for many form elements, but not all, which is why inputs and text areas look different at width 100%. Applying this to all elements is safe and wise. So here we have a form and all the elements of form. We have applied the box sizing to the border box. Let's see the output. You can see the proper representation of the form on your screen. So with this, we've reached the end of this lecture. Try this property yourself. Keep practicing. I'll see you in the next lecture. I truly hope that the course curriculum has provided you everything and even more than you had expected from our course. If you have any unclear questions, you have an option to use the forums or discussions. To get the support, you can reach out to me. I'll surely get back to you as soon as possible. For certification, check your profile, where you will find your certification badge. It can be used on your LinkedIn profile, Facebook, and especially your resume. Being certified in paid search is so important in today's data world. Whether it's a company that you're going to work for, whether it's your own company, anything. This is so valuable that people really find value in it. And it's a lot of the same theory and technique when it comes to working on data. You have a lot of foundation that you're going to apply to all these different things. Once again, guys, thank you so much. It's really been a pleasure, and I hope you've enjoyed it just as much. Of course, it would mean the world to me if you leave some good feedback. There'll be the button down there. Check for it. All I want you is to ask for a review on the course. If you click on that button, you'll be able to leave some really important feedback. I ask you kindly to take a couple of minutes to give your feedback. And of course, sharing this course on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter will be really helpful. It helps your friends, family, and colleagues who are interested in programming. Of course, there are some discounts for students. So please, if you could just leave a review, that would be amazing. If you could share it on social media profiles, that would be even more amazing. Thank you guys again. You all have my endless appreciation. I hope you loved it. I had a great time, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you soon in another course. Till then, goodbye. Stay tuned.